welcome. Woo! Hope we're all doing good. Just give me a moment or two here, because I'm kind of scrambling around at the moment. I just want to post in Discord and throw a little tweet about the stream, and then we'll get into it. And we've got loads of things we could maybe do. We could do some Guild Wars 2 stuff, obviously. But then we could also maybe look at the Echovald Forest in Guild Wars 1. I don't know which one you guys would rather. So actually, I'm going to put up a poll now so that you guys can vote on which one you want to immediately start with. But yeah, so just let me know on that while I make this like little image, and I'll be back in just a moment. And then we can get started. Yeah, sound good? All right. Okay. All right. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh my goodness. Okay, so yeah, I haven't actually thrown the tweet out yet. So here's the thing, right? What I want to do is I've got all these gems to give away, right? And I really like these Twitch predictions. So what I want to play is something where we can do a bunch of predictions, and it's like, but I don't know. The tricky thing is for like PvE in Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, there's not like that up-down kind of, oh, what's going to happen kind of thing. That probably speaks at some fundamental level as to, you know, the quality of the PvE. So I don't really know. Does anyone have any ideas on that particularly? And yeah, you know, I could do a gem giveaway when we hit our sub goal, if we hit our sub goal. But I'm just not too sure, really. Oh, no, I have a button for my Twitter feed. Oh, there you go. Getting below 50%. Well, and what game do you mean as well? What game do you guys mean? Sorry, I'm kind of ignoring all the big blocks of text that have already been there in chat. But I just kind of want to figure this out before I then, like, I don't know, post about this show or whatever. Because I'd rather be in the swing of it. But I'll be honest, there's been very little planning for today. So we'll see. 1 second. Sitting here as the sun goes down. I don't even have the goddamn lights on at the moment. Hello, Boots. Hello. Should we consult Boots and get his... I mean, he might be in the car at the moment. Are you in the car, Boots? Ecto Gamble? Hey, that's actually quite funny for like... Oh, no, but there's too many prediction outcomes on an Ecto Gamble. Well, I suppose it's will you win or not. How are you going to decide who wins? Multiple people can bet. No, what I mean is like we can do like a cool prediction or something, which would then trigger... I don't know. I don't know what I mean. Well, because what I can do, I can have you guys redeem 4 potatoes. How, you know, a gem giveaway, you know, and I can just restrict it to 1 per hour or something, and people can redeem it. Can I just ask, though, well, how many potatoes... Does everyone in chat, can you click the little icon below where it says send a message? You can see your potatoes. How many potatoes do you guys have? Oh, no, you're picking them up in 2 hours. 1,600, 100, 11,000, 56,000. Oh, that's a huge spread, isn't it? Oh, fuck me. Maybe I priced everything too expensive. These poor regular stream viewers have been getting destroyed on potatoes. You lost all your potatoes on the Kugane jumping puzzle? Holy shit. Spitting llama. I didn't actually realize. When you see a big number, it's like a big number. 38,000? So I could say, like, alright, people can throw potatoes at a gem giveaway. And, like, but it can only be redeemed once every hour or something. You spent all of yours on the Go Back to Guild Wars 2 challenge. Is that over yet, or what? Is that done yet? I don't actually know. Did we make it, or not? It ended this week. Well, I drained millions of potatoes out of the economy with that. Like, wasn't it set to 10 million or something? And it got, like, it nearly finished, so. You ate yours, too many chips. Hold on, let me scroll. I've just caused chat to spam a bit, and I missed these messages earlier. Okay, so yeah, hello everyone. When does the ArenaNet stream start? As far as I understand, it starts in 2 hours. Someone can correct me, but I'm pretty sure we've got a 2-hour pre-show here, which is an okay time. You're not sure you want to watch the Echovald stream, you kind of want to go in there blind, but you're also very curious. Well, I mean, I don't feel too bad, because, to be honest, the Xingji stream, they only showed a small section of the map, really. I'm really excited about this one, guys. I'm a lot more excited about this than I was the Xingji stuff, just because it's totally new, you know. The Echovald tour sounds kind of fun for a bit. So, okay, so let's assume we're in Guild Wars 1. Oh, I don't know. We should just play the game, shouldn't we? Sorry, I'm kind of skipping a lot of messages here. How did the poll go as well? I don't actually know. It's got 10 minutes on the response to it. Good luck today. I won't be sticking around since I ain't caught up in Guild Wars 2. Do you still create news videos on your main channel? Those were great for helping me get caught up after my break between Heart of Thorns and POF. You almost never show up in my feed these days, so I don't know. I recall you saying a while back you weren't really passionate about doing news videos anymore. What I'm making all I want to do is make sure that I've got videos going up. And yeah, I'm not really passionate about news videos, to be perfectly honest. It's weird though, because like I like sharing in the excitement of some new development. That is true. So to that degree, news videos are alright. So, you know, I will probably always make them. I've probably eased off a bit on it. Yeah, no, I'm not as regular, or, you know, I definitely am not rushing for like day one news or any of that shit. I mean, that's really not very interesting to me. Like, but I do them. I did a news video tonight. Or yesterday night, last night. And, that was on the trailer for this, you know. It kind of got, maybe it's buried because I then immediately did a discussion video. I much prefer doing discussion. And, you know, sort of back and forth and stuff. I really like that. So, yeah, I did a news video about the Echovald Forest stuff. And then I followed that up really quickly with stuff about... what were we talking about? All the characters in lore and in the story. Which I think was actually pretty cool. I've also made another video after that, for what it's worth, guys. Where it's a new player guide. And the subject is, what class do I play? What profession do I pick? And it's just about that decision. And it's like 23-ish minutes of discussion. I'm wondering if I can cut it down with that extra credits thing where I speed it up a bit. It's fully scripted video as well. It's not, there's no waffle in there. It's just, you know, comprehensive discussion about a few things. Because my thinking with that is, okay, if there's a new player looking at what class to play, they probably already get the idea that Rev is available, that Warrior is available, blah, blah, blah. I don't need to do a video where I just list out, here is profession A, B, and C. So instead, what I'm doing is I'm talking about like the nuance to it, why heavy, medium, light armor matters, if it matters, the health, the default health amounts, how active the gameplay is on them, you know, general archetypes and stuff like that. That's what the video is. Maybe it's a bit miscalibrated, but I think it's going to be good. Hopefully, anyway. I mean, it really all just comes down to whether new players link it around. I don't know why I wouldn't be appearing in your feed. Doesn't it just sort of pile it all up there? I know it was a bit of a rough phase for you, but I loved your in-depth reviews, playthroughs, discussions during Season 3. Would you be open to still create those for the episodes you checked out during the Icebreed Saga? It's during Season 3. So what about POF? You're right that POF Season 4 Icebreed Saga, I didn't really do that kind of content. I want to get back to it. I think I know why I stopped doing so much of that stuff. And it's because... I ended up playing the patches, like, in private. Or, like, the streams I did of them weren't that good because they were with other people in Discord and stuff. And I don't know. I'm not sure. I think I sort of dropped the ball with a lot of that stuff. Maybe the next era for the game, I'll pick that up. Because the truth is, a lot of the friends that I hang out with at the end of the day, they're not that into Guild Wars anymore. The past era has, like, really burned a lot of fans. So they're not really into it. So I don't have to feel guilty about not playing with them so much. Maybe. But I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, okay. All right. Scrolling down. Is the Spud Guild full? Can I apply to join? You can apply to join. It is not full. We've got like 50 slots-ish in each branch, EU and NA. So you can get in. That Tato is by the rain. Get them an umbrella. Oh, yeah. The background footage. Yeah, of course. Might be a tier list overload, but Guild Wars 1 heroes would be interesting as they have stories for each one. Yeah, I know. I don't know when the overload will come. I'm really curious to see if anyone gives a shit about that floor episode I did. What I love the thought of is do a tier list, then a follow-up discussion, then a tier list, then a follow-up discussion. I mean, how good is that? That's like pure discussion. That's like my wet dream right now for how to run a channel. I could do so much content there. None of that's difficult content to make. That's all really fun. But I don't know whether people are game for that. I think some people are subscribed to me because it's not even, they say, WP, will you do a lore video? They don't really want a lore video. What they want is me to teach them something about the setting. So a discussion video. I mean, I teach people stuff. I don't know. I don't know. A big POF review is interesting too, because I could compare it to some Final Fantasy stuff. The new floor episode was good. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, personal anecdote that it's good. I love to hear, obviously, but that's nothing but ego. What I've got to see if people click the fucking thing, or if people, you know, like it and share it around and stuff. Because that's the thing. Those videos aren't really very shareable. None of my stuff really gets shared anymore, and I think that's the kind of the big thing. Anyway, WP, you forgot the most influential and best character, Sharshu. Oh, I know. Oh, wait, all right. What am I doing here? Should I just tweet about the goddamn stream? Okay, give me 1 second. I may as well. I don't know what I'm doing with the gem giveaways. I'm going to do an identical tweet to, like a YouTube post. Oh, I could do a YouTube poll as well, couldn't I? I can't do a tweet poll announcement, but I can. Okay, if you guys look at YouTube, I'm going to put a post up. Wait, but can I do an image with it? Okay, so guys, I'm going to do a poll on YouTube. That also announces the show. I can't do an image with a poll. What? That's a shame. Well, whatever. Let's go. Boom. And now let's tweet. And let's get into one of the games. Okay, well, how's our poll here going? View results. Guild Wars 1. You guys want Guild Wars 1 more than Guild Wars 2? Okay, I'll boot up Guild Wars 1. Hold on 1 second. And we'll do a tour. We'll do a tour of Guild Wars 1 Echovald. And here's an idea. After each map, I'll give away some gems. How about that? It's not as fun. It's not predictive based, but it's at least got something. You can hear the music in the background there. Sorry guys, just give me a second. We can pick a class. Does anyone want to pick a profession? I guess I'll play my assassin again. In the middle of the Winds of Change playthrough. Winds of Change is getting like very, very poor reception, so I'm thinking it might not go any further, but I'll have to see. Okay, finally. Alright, finally, we can get in game. Oh, you guys are going to be able to experience something really good here too. If you guys missed this before, something really badass is going on with Guild Wars 1, and that's that I have an audio mod on that restores what the audio is supposed to sound like. From back when the game was originally released, because it got bugged after Windows XP rotated out and kind of ruined a lot of the sounds. So, for example, do I do the same example again? No, let's do an example in the... Actually, I've never heard the Echovald. Oh, okay, so we could just hear. Is there anywhere in the Echovald forest with running water? Oh, no, I'll just give you guys the explanation here. So, at the Dragon's Throat, for example, in vanilla... all you can hear here is just super loud rushing water constantly. But as we stand here now, and it's because of the water all the way back there, basically 3D audio got broken. And any kind of sound effect, like I guess in the whole map, I don't know, just like gets completely overwhelmed and broken. So there's no context to where you hear things. But if you install the mods, what it allows you to do is re-enable this option in the game settings. It gives you proper 3D positional audio like that down there. That's probably what causes all the rushing water. And it kind of fixes up the game. And I can give you a really good demonstration of it at the Napwi Quarter, where hopefully you guys have got 2-channel speakers, you've got headphones on or whatever. All right, listen to these. See how they kind of surround us? On our left, and then on our right. So yeah, anyway, it's pretty cool. And so far, because of Winds of Change, I've experienced some of the city. I haven't experienced just yet any of the Echovald forest, so this should be quite interesting to look at. Let's go to the Tangled Copse, which is the very first area of the forest. If anybody wants to play with me, you're welcome to. I guess I'll wait at the outpost for a second. If you guys have Guild Wars 1 installed, you want to run around, do this tour with me? Just come to Tangled Copse, American English District 1, and I'll see what I got for you all. Rushing water. That's the sound of several tons of little shit crashing through the pipes every second. Element. Yeah, there specifically. Hey, it's still water to a certain degree. Oh look, the Kurzicks. It's the Kurzicks. It happens anywhere though. It's not just in the Dragon's Throat. It's anywhere there's rushing water. The other place is the Sunspear Great Hall. That I often usually think of it. Sorry, the dark version of the Sunspear Great Hall in Abaddon's Gate. There's lots of rushing water there, and it kind of just blows the audio out. So, yeah. Okay, I set a thing up here as well, where I can see chat on my main screen. Which I'm hoping will mean I can see chat a little bit better as I stream. Which would be quite cool if it works. So, we'll see. Hopefully. That looks good. You pop into the stream, and the first thing you hear is WP going, the Kurzicks. Well, that's a reference to the end of the Giala Hatchery. Maybe it's the start of the Giala Hatchery mission. Let's watch the cutscene at the start. It's very funny. It's some of like the really wonky VA that occurred in Guild Wars 1. Who is it that shows me the mission cinematics, though? You know, I honestly can't remember. Oh, you do know the cinematic? Okay, good. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, Kurzicks are blue. Yeah, so today we had a bit of a discussion about you know, all that red on their hats in the forest, and I was saying, oh, you know, maybe they are Kurzicks because they're left over, but it doesn't work because look, the Luxons were red, the Kurzicks were blue. I should have remembered that as well because ArenaNet basically did the non-standard thing. If they'd made the Luxons blue, you know, sea, the people of the Jade Sea, forest, ocean, blue, then, you know, it kind of doesn't work. It kind of would have been, you know, a bit too obvious, I suppose, or whatever. Is that Arian? I honestly don't know who gives me the cutscene. Andre? There you go. You really made me question this when you watched the video. I know, I was really wondering too. I have these little brain farts. It's like when I did that video, what, like a couple of months ago? And I thought that the Bazaar of the Four Winds was disconnected from the what do you call it, the Crown Pavilion, and it's like it's been connected for ages now. But hey, what are you gonna do? Q-Ray says I liked the Winds of Change playthrough. Yeah, but I mean, if people are not interested.
Move it out. The gods know we move it barely more than a crawl.
Yeah, I don't think it's at the start. I think it's at the end. Unfortunately. Look at these bad boys. This is supposed to be an Echovald thing, and the first thing I've done is come to the Jade Sea to show you guys this. It's alright, we'll go to the Echovald in a second. Well, it went away for 2 years. Yeah, but it'd been back for years as well, you know. I mean, it's not a major slip-up. It's just one of those things where if you say something like that at the start of a video, people will let you know. Dragon's Throat is so hideous and beautiful at the same time. Yeah, see, this is the thing, chat. I don't know what you guys think about this, but I really want Kaineng to. The more I think about it, I just want Kaineng to still be polluted for the sewage and stuff.
Predictable Kurzicks. I knew those cowards would come for the young turtles. You, take up the right. Don't let the Kurzicks within 100 paces.
The Kurzicks. It's funny, you hear more about the Kurzicks.
You're with us. We'll need all the help we can get.
You hear more about the Kurzicks playing as the Luxons.
Watch yourself out there. The Kurzicks are a dastardly bunch. Pay particular care to their Juggernauts, the golem-like things that resemble walking trees. They're especially dangerous to the turtles.
I'll take care of them.
Well then, good luck. We'll see you at Creon Jade Mine.
Yeah, you get more about the Kurzicks while playing as the Luxons, and vice versa. Well, that's good. No, we heard a little bit about the Juggernauts. So what they can do is the turtles were the Luxon thing, the Juggernauts were the Kurzik thing, and the Juggernauts can flip the turtles. That's the idea. Oh, I'm so good right now with my spear and my shield. Where is this fix you have for the audio, Potato? It's on the subreddit, the Guild Wars 1 subreddit. If you go to the Guild Wars 1 subreddit and you search for top posts of this year, you'll find it there. And in general, I recommend everyone follow the Guild Wars 1 subreddit. It's a super useful place. So, I mean, you guys all voted on it. All right, here we go. We do have people. Or maybe these are just actual random players. This guy just kicked his whole party, so I assume that these are stream viewers. Yeah, if anybody else wants to join, I'll give you a few minutes, and then we'll just head on out. If you guys want to load in your heroes and stuff in the meantime. You absolutely can't wait for Siege Turtles, so you can start going nuts with Big Turtle Cannon meta gaming. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting just that through the almost happenstance of what a Siege Turtles design was like. Siege Turtles became the mount feature in Guild Wars 2, and Juggernauts are not becoming anything. And I got to do a poll here, guys. So if you saw my recent video, if you've seen the trailer, should I put the trailer on for us all to watch here? Oh, but I don't have a clean file for it. Oh, I do actually now. Here, let's watch it. I actually like the idea of us watching that. Hold on. Let's all watch the trailer as we start out here, and then I'm gonna ask you guys which camp you're in. I'm gonna do a poll, all right? So if you guys are ready, let me add a file here. Guild Wars, End of Dragons. They've done so much media now. My thing is becoming a bit messy. Is that working? Hold on. So this is actually in 4K, alright? Alright, so here we go. You guys ready? It's probably quite loud. Let's mute Guild Wars 1. Alright, ready guys? Go. One's petrified and lifeless. Him. We'll see him again in a second. Now a land of growth and decay. Alright, so it's him. That's the guy that we're interested in. Alright, and I'll freeze frame on him again in a second here. Let's replay. Oh my god, come on! Whoa, there's so much delay on when it pauses. What? Alright, there we go. I've got him anyway. I can just track to him. Oh, no, I've tracked too far now. Wow, there's a lot of delay, eh? That's crazy. How am I supposed to pause at the right time? I thought OBS was good. There we go. I got it. I had to anticipate, but I managed to get it. Okay, so him. Here's the poll. Is that a Juggernaut or is that a Warden? That's basically the idea here, guys. So let me know what you think. I'm sure we're about to get the answer. Now, I said in my video, I'm pretty sure it's a Warden. I think because of the spikes on its head. I'm quite excited about being a Warden as well, for what it's worth. If that is a Warden, it's not very Sylvari-like at all, is it? So my whole thing about it, the Sylvari being connected, might just be dead in the water. But I think it's Warden. Though I have seen some comments on YouTube suggesting that it might instead actually be a Juggernaut. So I'm wondering what people actually think on the votes there. What's the difference again? Well, the water... Well, I'll show you. You'll see it on stream in the background in a second, I suppose. I'll show you. Looks a bit like Canuck. Oh, God, if you think so. It's a reskinned Balthazar. But if this is supposed to be a Juggernaut, it's more of a fuck-up from Arena. Yeah, I saw someone else compare it to being a reskinned Balthazar. You guys do think it looks like a buffed Sylvari? The thing is, I think because the armor is, like, melded into it. You don't get that with Sylvari. But it looks like its armor is blended into its stuff, so... I mean, but it could be Sylvari. It's just that the Sylvari we know are based on Ronan's body. Maybe the equivalent seed, the equivalent tree, if there is one here in the forest, maybe they come from something else, something that had a lot of armor or whatever. Did Morgem look very Sylvari? Good point, actually, Phalar. Good point. It's a random creature and we're over-analyzing. I think you're stretching the definition of analyzing there, aren't you? We're literally just saying what it might be. What should be a gem store outfit, like when we saw the burning headless creature in POF? Oh, I know, right? I know, yeah. Jesus. Sylvari have blended in underclothes? It's kind of what Sylvari racial armor looks like. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, is the poll done already? I didn't give you guys very long. I only gave you a minute. Alright, most people think it's a warden. It does look like warden is the main thing. Sad thing is, it could be a gem store. It could be a gem store. It's not a gem store outfit. It's not a gem store outfit. Okay, shall we just go? Yeah, if you guys want to just load in that last party member, because it doesn't look like anyone else actually wants to come on this tour. I hope you guys haven't led me astray. We should be in Guild Wars 2. Ouch, WP makes fun of me. Oh, come on, man. I'm not really. Alright, Tangled Copes. So this is where... well, hold on. Let's exit the other direction, first of all. And what we can see out here is the actual entrance to the forest. And then, yeah, we'll just take a tour. We'll run through it. I always worry when I see Vec and Ogden as heroes. Do you guys have heroes that have, like, fallback incoming so we can keep the pace up or whatever? I mean, it's kind of your call. So yeah, this here is the actual entrance, I suppose. It's at the start of Pongmei Valley. And what we basically see as you enter is this. This is like just normal. And over here you can see the entrance to the forest. Believe it or not, as silly and bad as that looks, you might say, that was actually quite captivating to me back in the day. And I love the appearance of the big ass trees. And suddenly, you know, the petrified woods, these big rocks and things. As the grass breaks away to like scrub and gets a bit grey. And then, of course, by the time you're looking here, you're essentially looking at the Echovald. Why is the bleed better than a flat damage skill that for the assassin first attack? You never understood that? Well, I can explain. It has a 1 second cooldown, first of all, so you can spam the hell out of it. But what's most important is, can you see that half-second activation? So what it means is... it actually, in play, comes out even faster than what it looks like. But you can execute it extremely quickly. It kind of just... it almost like ignores your attack speed cap and stuff like that. So you can just slash real quick. Which means, of course, you can get to Fox Fangs, which, oh look, has the half-second thing again. So you can slash again. So that's the point. You can go really fast. And then you can get to Death Blossom really quickly. Other conventional skills will trigger a lot slower. And like I was saying in another Guild Wars 1 stream the other day, I'd love to have... what I wish they'd done for the anniversary skill is a dual attack with the half-second thing. There is one. I think Exhausting Assault is the one. But that one has a huge cooldown. So basically just another part of the chain that has a really short thing. Let's see here. If I sort by type, dual attack. Yeah, Exhausting Assault here. Exhausting Assault is kind of the end of the chain. And it's that fast because it's interrupt. It's actually a double interrupt. But that doesn't trigger out of offhand, which is weird. I think Exhausting Assault is the only one. I might be wrong. I might have forgotten. But I think it's the only one. Alright, so yeah, we start off at the Tanglewood Copes. A safe haven for travelers, Tanglewood Copes lies nestled between the outer edges of southern Kaineng City and the harsh, towering Kinkashi Mountains. That's these mountains here. Will we see the Kinkashi Mountains? Who knows? They were kind of a border region in the first game. According to legend, the first emperor stopped to camp here for the night during his inaugural tour of the Echovald forest. It's now a site of pilgrimage for devotees of traditional Canthan ancestor worship. So, let's head on through. Arborstone is going to be the first place. So, this is a large map around the Cathedral to Zuhelzer, I believe this is, which has fallen into disrepair. But it's a strange map because it's kind of chunked off. This is like a little section that gets you to an outpost, first of all, so... let's move the party down. Oh, the partner logo looks rubbish. Let's just get rid of that. Tangled copes are what came out of the community as it became ever more obvious that playable tengu weren't feasible. Alright, so yeah, the tengu thing. I had an argument about the tengu thing. Well, I didn't have a debate. I wasn't shouting at someone. Someone gave me an argument that tengu are definitely coming. Basically, in the most recent video, I said, look, guys, tengu's not happening. I know there's loads of tengu. Because I'm worried. I'm genuinely worried about people. If you look at the Guild Wars, the official channel's comments, people are going mental. Oh, there's tengu. Look at all these varieties of tengu. They're definitely teasing, guys. It's like, no, they can just add tengu varieties. And it's not for... By the way, I love these meteor shells and all this knockdown. And it's not because knocking down enemies in the forest is good because of all the nature spirits. It means they fall into the brambles, for example. So they take the bleeds and so on. They can show tengu without it being a hint. But people think it's a hint. Oh, they're hinting because there's tengu. It's not a hint. Just enjoy it. There's just tengu there. That's it. That's the whole story. So, So then I had a counter argument from someone on the YouTube video, alright? And they said, yeah, but WP, look at how many varieties there are. There weren't that many varieties with Heart of Thorns. You know, they just added the Quetzal. And to that, okay, to that I say this. Tengu didn't have to be in Heart of Thorns at all. Tengu don't have great history with that setting, that area of the world. Not important history. Nothing that we really have to dive into. Nothing that the major story themes had any interest in. They weren't a big deal. But Tengu are a big deal in Cantha. There are a lot of Tengu that live here. And there's stories about how they've come at odds with the Empire itself here. And there's the Dominion of Winds. And they introduced us, which is filled with exiled Tengu from Cantha. They introduced us to the Tengu in Champions. One of the few things I think that Champions did really well was it did that whole DRM where we're in Caledon Forest looking at the wall again because it will probably be relevant for End of Dragons. So now we're in a place where the Tengu are a serious part of the world building. So of course they're going to do more varieties. Of course they're going to like budget for that and do more. It's not that they're hinting for a playable race. It's that there's like precedent and an established idea that they matter in that area of the world. Whereas they didn't for Heart of Thorns. So, sorry, I don't buy that argument. I really don't. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm not in the Tengu camp. What if the Tengu are the Griffin of End of Dragons? Okay, so we can talk about that as well. They're not. By the way, this is... Look at this. This is what I meant with the skybox thing. Look at how cool that shit is. Look at that. Oh, I love this place. And the forest doesn't entirely look like this, by the way, but oh, it's so dense. So good. Look, I don't want to take away from the Griffin. Alright, so in the main story, you get on this. And this rickety cart. And you ride your way in to this mission. Oh, and they're playing the cutscene immediately. Oh, I love the music.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
There's Menlo. No, it's not immersion ruined. Because it's a Guild Wars 1 sound.
I'll do the talking here. You may rise. It has been a long time since we last met, Brother Menlo.
Indeed.
See, no one looks anything like these guys in the new trailer, right? I don't think they go around.
Pleased. But enough with the pleasantries. You have come here with a purpose, have you not?
As always, Count, you are well informed and to the point. We have come for the urn of St. Victor.
This is not a small thing that you ask, Brother Menlo. The final resting place of our greatest hero. The man who single-handedly slew Shiro, the betrayer. Why do you ask this of us?
Because, Count, Shiro Takachi has returned.
Dun dun dun.
What you say is true. Then it was indeed very wise for you to come to us.
Then you will give us what we seek?
We wish to help you, but I'm afraid it's not as easy as just handing over the urn.
What is it you require of us?
We require nothing, but St. Victor's remains are ensconced inside Cathedral Zuhelzer.
All right, then. We shall go to Cathedral Zuhelzer.
Brother Menlo, many things have changed since you were last here. The cathedral's magical protections have failed. It's been overrun by all manner of terrible beasts. To go there will mean great peril.
I see.
If you still wish to pursue the urn, speak with my daughter, Countess Danica. She can open the doors within the cathedral and help you recover what you seek.
Thank you, Count.
Thank you, Count.
Godspeed to you.
I love Danica's like one black, one red lip. Alright, okay, so I don't want to take away from the Griffin. By the way, we're not actually going to do the mission. I've streamed this mission way too many times recently, so we're just going to go. It's weird though. Why do I have a quest here? How comes this? I didn't pick up a quest anywhere, did I? What is this quest marker taking me to? That's so strange. Oh, there you go. We have business outside of camp, the Arborstone explorable. Let's go. But what you have to understand about the Griffin is it is just a fifth of the mount system. They still, for the purposes of marketing and all that shit, they still got their money. They still sold POF on mounts, right? People still knew it was a mount-based expansion. They were still able to do press about the thing. And yet, it just so happened that there was a fifth. There was a bit at the end. Now, that bit at the end was amazing. The races are amazing. The flying section's amazing. And, yeah, I don't think they get enough credit for hiding the Griffin. I think they probably should have just marketed that POF was going to have it, you know? When I think back to, like, you know that massive Reddit thread when POF came out? Where it was just people showing off the idle animation from the Raptor and saying, hey, this looks good. And I myself can attest. I remember when POF came out, I would do videos talking about the mounts or just having it as background footage. And people would share it and be like, look how cool this looks. The mounts were brilliant, right? But, and I think that I look back at all that and I think if the Griffin had been shown to the player base at that point, I think that, you know, POF could have sold even better and grown even bigger. I think a lot of that growth would have been squandered anyway through all the Ice Boot Saga stuff, so whatever, I guess. But the point is, they probably could have just not hidden the Griffin. Anyway, then we get to End of Dragons, an expansion. You know, if the Tengu were playable, that's not a tack-on. That's not like they get nothing out of that if they hide that. They would be marketing it. They would be showing it. And look, open your eyes. Look at the rest of the expansion. You think they'd be happy to sit there reading comments, eternal comments about how lukewarm everyone is about the expansion because fishing is the big feature, blah, blah, blah. You think they would sit there with that kind of mediocre reception, like that kind of like showing on the table, and they've got this massive bomb that they know is not just appealing to certain veterans, not all veterans, but certain veterans, but would be a brilliant entry point for new players, for fresh blood. You think they're sitting there on that bomb and they're not putting it out? Open your eyes. Look at the context of where this game is. They wouldn't be doing it, guys. They wouldn't be doing it. There is zero chance that Tengu's in this expansion. If there was going to be, it would have been on that first look live stream, and it wasn't there. Oh, shit. I'm in the wrong section. Well, hold on. Can we just explore through? through on the other side. Or maybe we go this way? I'm not sure. People just gaslighting themselves. I mean, I'm happy to joke about it a little bit, but I swear to God, when I was looking at the comments on the trailer, it's just that sense that if they show Tengu, it has to be a tease. Holy fuck, it's rare, and I almost completely missed it. What rune do you think we're going to get here, guys? Can I just say thank you to the subs here, guys, as well? I'm just sort of warming up. I'll read everyone's names in a minute. Wait, how have I fucked this up? Oh, there it is. Axe Mastery. Well, there was a chance it was Vigor. Don't listen to WP, chat. Tengu are coming 100%. Why pick fishing over housing, though? I mean, I think that's an interesting discussion. Alright, guy, to the people playing in the party with me, can you just resign, please? Can you just type /resign and we'll just skip ahead? Because I didn't really want to be here. So Arborstone here. For centuries, the Zuhoutzers have expanded and remodeled their house cathedral, adding new wings and levels on a yearly basis. Recently, the Council of Nobles determined the cathedral and the area around it should have an official name, since it's grown to the house of since it had grown to the size of a large town. Count Zuhouzer predictably suggested the area be called Cathedral Zuhouzer, but the other house nobles wouldn't hear of it, and Arborstone won the final vote. Yeah, I'm serious. Can you type /resign, please, if you're in the party, so that we can leave? If not, I'm going to have to leave you guys, and that's not ideal. I'd rather we all move along together. More likely hidden Juggernaut over new hidden race, though we've already played the hidden mount card. Well, I don't know. I mean, I still like the idea of a hidden mount. I think that's cool. I remember someone's fan art leak about... oh, your party has members who can't travel there. To the Ultram ruins? Wow, so I've got party members who have been to Tanglewood, but no further. No, I'm not trying to do the mission. Oh, I think this is just a random Guild Wars player. I think that was just a random guy. This Erica of Arrows, I threw that invite at, assuming it was someone who came, but I think they're just a Guild Wars player. That's fantastic. That's so cool. Wow, I feel almost bad. I almost want to coddle them, and I want to do all the missions and stuff with them too. You know? Oh my god, yeah, look, they're like in they're like default regular ranger armor and stuff, and they added Vec and so on. I'm not going to kick them. I'll wait to see if they want to leave, because I don't want to be rude or whatever. I, for one, believe ArenaNet is hiding not only playable Tengu, but also an entire new set of playable specs and legendaries tied to Tengu. Trust me, chat, it's definitely happening. If it doesn't, we should play ever 14 in protest. I've watched many of your streams in the past, great stuff. Oh, wow, okay, they do know who I am. Oh, okay. That's even weirder. I mean, we're kind of stalled here, because I don't want to be rude and kick this poor person. So as long as they're in the party, I can't teleport further and continue the tour. Sad the Guild Wars 2 can be the best MMO, but I don't know what is the main problem. What do you mean by that, exactly? Hi, WP, and hi, everyone. I love watching your YouTube videos. Very helpful. Thanks, no worries. I hope to have a really good, helpful one going up. I don't know, maybe late today might be a good idea to put it up. This is peak British awkwardness. Well, it's not really. I don't want to be rude. Yeah, sure. If they... See, look, they say I'll join with a better character if you want. I'll just... Oh! Okay, they said BRB, so we'll re-invite them. So we are still stalled a little bit. I'm watching your stream and a YouTube video you made at the same time. Is that weird? I think that is weird. How is anything intelligible? How can you understand a goddamn thing? Alright, so yeah, the other side of this is... do they hide something else in the X-Back? And I think that there's every possibility that they might. And even if it's a mount, I don't think that card's been overplayed necessarily. Is it a Juggernaut? I don't really believe it. I don't know if someone was making a joke, but earlier in chat, someone said, oh, I think it will be a flying tengu. I don't think it's going to be a tengu mount, guys. But, you know, I think they might hide something. It would be cool. The thing is, the problem with, like, hiding the Griffin is now it's, like, it's created this debt, this expectation. And I feel like that's bad. By the way, if you want an invite, can you kick your heroes if that's alright? Because I can't invite... Oh, there's lots of people here now. If you want an invite, just kick your heroes or whatever. And to the player with me... Yeah, that's it. Brilliant. This guy looks like Pyre over there. He's in a tonic, clearly. I think they're waiting for invites, these two. There we go. Anybody else want one? I'm not sure. Again, another sub. Thank you. Your Faye. Can I just point out, alright, over to the sub thing before I completely forget. I sorted out a few things with subs, guys. Subs should disable... You can do it for free with Amazon Prime, obviously. And what you get with that is it will disable ads. Hopefully the emotes are pretty cool, and you can scroll down below the thing to see those. What else is there? You get the badge thing, and I worked out the badges quite well. If you go for a T2 or T3 sub, you get like a special ring around your icon, which basically no one else has, as you can see in chat. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, hopefully you guys do feel rewarded with that, or if you get gifted with one or something like that. I do appreciate them all. So like an anonymous gifter just gave out one. Your Faye Bay. I Westy Dragon just did it with Prime. Thank you very much for that. Nige. Dega Webs. Oh, Rocker's there as well. Another month, another Prime. Bankrotus. Thank you, guys. Oh, yeah, and you get Guild Wars 2. You get a free Guild Wars 2 account if you do that as well, for what it's worth. Through Twitch, if you have Twitch Prime, you can get a freaking Guild Wars 2 account. So not only does it support me to a degree, but it does that. All right, this guy's no longer in a party. Does he want an invite or what? All right, let's fill up with heroes. Let's get in there. Let's continue with the tour. And see what else we've got. I'm gonna go to the Ultram ruins. There we go. That guy's not accepting, so it is cool. I like the tonic, the Pyre tonic. You can sort of create this sense that maybe you're running around with the char here. Okay, so basically you do Arborstone, you recover the urn from the cathedral, and then you actually return to try and fight Shiro Tagachi. It all goes wrong, and you end up coming back. So this is the Ultram Ruins challenge. The vast ruins of Ultram are thought to be, by most historians, to be all that remains of the first great Kurzicks city, destroyed by some ancient and mysterious catastrophe. The Kurzicks themselves claim their ancestors did not build the structures found here. If this is true, then Ultram certainly influenced Kurzik architectural sensibilities. Okay, so, yeah, if we want to max this party out, should we try the challenge? Rocker, do you want a mod for this challenge here? We can do a prediction. How far we get with the challenge. That might be fun. I don't quite know how it would work. Where's the guy explaining the rules of the challenge? The records guy, I think it might be. If you want to add the last hero to the party. Okay, so the Sunspear Order got 198 points. Top 10 is just 40 points. Okay, so maybe the prediction can be, will we make it into the top 10? Something like that. That's daily. Top 10 daily. Oh, wow. We probably will get there. Quarterly and monthly is 533. I love seeing these leaderboards active, even after all this time. I know a lot of it's duplicates, but still. There's much to be said for Battlefield Heroics, but Amber is the heart of Kurzik's strength. I'm recording these efforts to gather Amber despite the great dangers found in the ruins. Someday, I hope to have my work displayed among the great works contained in the Durham archives. Alright, so yeah, I don't know, a score range of 50? Let's go for a 50. And if we beat this prediction, guys, I'll do a gem giveaway. How long until the ArenaNet live stream? Actually, not too long. An hour-ish, I think. Yeah, above or under X. I don't really remember what the rules are of the challenge, so we'll see. This guy's got a Rainbow Phoenix, by the way. This was the prestige pet at the end of Factions. Did people fast faction farm in the Ultram ruins? See, I never really did the Kurzicks stuff, so I don't know. I don't know whether that's what they'd done. Here, by the way, do you guys feel like this might be the shot from the trailer or something like that? There's a lot of shots sort of vaguely like this, and that's fine, but what I really wanted is a shot like this, you know, where you can see the roof as well. Someone mentioned earlier, someone said, hey, WP, what about the idea of they hide, like, climbing the trees? That's the feature that they hide? I don't know whether I really believe in that, though, because, I mean, we're going to have sky scales and stuff. What does that look like? What does that actually mean? All right, so we've already got a score of 3. We're trying to get a score of 50, right? I'll be here listening to Mod all night, by the way. Just shout my name if you need anything. Oh, wow, that's awesome, dude. No raid for you to do today, I suppose. I might have ran a little bit deep here. I think I'll be okay. Long shot, but you never know. I mean, they might. I like the idea that, I don't know. I like the verticality idea, to be honest, for everywhere in Cantha except Xingje. I like the idea that, you know, you get the Echovald Forest, and then Living World is like a canopy map, and you're above the Echovald Forest. How cool would that be? You know? Or I love the idea that it's like Kaineng, you get a sewer undersea map. I mentioned that on one of the episodes of Winds of Change recently. I really like that idea too. Or I like they're blocking, so let's attack these here. We're up to 7 score. Or when it comes to the Jade Sea, of course, swimming or digging down. I mean, it works, right? For all of them, it kind of works. You know, in a weird way, it's kind of surreal to me, guys, that we're in the middle of these conversations, that this is actually happening. It was surreal to me when we were finally talking about getting mounts in this franchise with POF. But, I mean, here we are. Because the thing is, it's just like, I've been waiting so long, or like not believing. I mean, Cantha especially. Cantha, like, seemed off the table, you know. For all the jokes about what's on or off the table with Guild Wars, it's really funny to me that, like, this is one of those things that seemed, like, quite definitively off the table. I think for a long time, that's fair, right? You know, we had communication from the studio, basically, and developer blog post saying, yeah, this isn't happening because publisher, blah, blah, blah. And then, all of a sudden it's happening, you know? It really does in a way. My favorite thing about Cantha, really, coming to Guild Wars 2, isn't even just the Guild Wars fanboy side of it. It's just, hey, anything might happen in the future as well, you know? Whatever you think might not happen, you never know. And I quite do enjoy that. Right, so we're halfway to our score. I think we're going to make it. Will we make it into the top 10? For today, we've got to get 50. I think we will make it. This should give you guys a good sense of what it's like to run around in Echovald 2. Sorry, WP, I was the writ in your party. Computer blue screened on you. Holy shit, dude. There's something that really worries me about that. This is not a new game. And here you are playing it, struggling with blue screens in 2021. Do you want some help with your PC? I suggest you have a look at that. Jesus. It's not even like we're in Eye of the North, which was where frame rates could dip a bit more. Alright, so we kill a boss, we get an extra 60 seconds. Oh, we're going to thrash this. We're going to completely ruin this. Nice beard, WP. What do you mean? What beard? As much as you like mounts, you think they ruin the map designs that are too big and spaced apart. I hope End of Dragons isn't massive, like a lot of Living Worlds are. Well, I don't know though, the Rage Cage, because they've confirmed that mounts are not only supported, but even bundled with the X-Pack, right? Again, that's a weird thing. I feel like they should have promoted that better with the X-Pack. But so, they're definitely making the maps with mounts in mind. They're definitely mountain-style maps. There's just no way around it, man. They're giving you a Springer and they're giving you a Raptor because they know those are the two big movement tools. And with those, they can sort of have a baseline of like how big and expansive things need to be. By the way, back to that idea of climbing the trees. From a Guild Wars 1 perspective, yeah, you can call that a feature. But I mean, we've got a trailer here that shows some kind of jumping puzzle, clearly. And it's not a tree, it's one of the like buildings, but still. I don't know how that as a feature works, unless it's like a split off map up in the canopy. You hope the Animal Mountain End of Dragons come with one unique Canthan skin. Yeah, I do too. I hope that the default glider looks a bit different if you built it in Cantha. I hope there's a little bit of lore about it. I hope that the default raptor looks a bit different if you get it in Cantha. What I think would be a really good idea is if there's a slightly different appearing raptor. I'm not talking about the pre-order bonus one either. There's a slightly different appearing raptor, and if your first raptor is that one, if you build it from End of Dragons, then voila. But if you already have a POF raptor, if you're a veteran and you come into the expansion, if you do that process, that collection, or quest or whatever it is, that heart, whatever the acquisition process is, you unlock the skin. So everyone can do the content. No one misses out. It's just for some people they're getting a whole raptor, for other people they're just getting a skin. I mean, that works, doesn't it? I'm a bit worried about how low I am here. Kind of wish I am unstoppable. Shit, I did die. Now here's the question, do we actually have any heals? This guy's quite brutal, isn't he? Oh my god, it's Shockwave, it's so dangerous. These Ellies, man. I've got to do a Guild Wars 1 playthrough where I play as an Ellie. WP, do you think they'll add a surprise in End of Dragons, like we had the Griffin in Path of Fire? We were just talking about that. Oh, this is what Twitch is, though, isn't it? I do think... Well, do I actually think they'll add a surprise? I suppose I never said that exactly. Oh, this looks cool. This feels kind of Guild Wars 2-y, Spory. Oh, nice. So they've added Charge, by the way. That's cool. Do I think they'll hide something? Well, I think that there'll be a lot of mystery. I think there'll be, there'll be story beats. There'll be environment ideas. There'll be character beats and stuff that they're obviously going to obscure. They'll hide any number of things. But will they hide like a massive feature? No, they're not. I don't think they're going to hide a massive feature. Are they going to hide like a small thing? I mean, sort of that's part of the course, isn't it, really? Because they're not going to give you every bit of information about the expansion before it comes out. So there will be hidden details. By the way, there we go. We're over 60, by the way, on the prediction. So we have beaten it. 100% they replace raids with strikes. Yeah, that blog post was just weird, It felt like they were trying to give us a communication about, like, what they're going to do in the future. But they're still not sure what they're going to do in the future as far as raids are concerned. So they're being cagey about it. So I don't know. But I'm glad to have heard something about the strikes, at least something. Oh my god, we're getting another sub there. We got a few there, actually. Thank you very much. Villainy J, Zan, Iberg, Darwin the Athen, West Dragon. Fuck, I died. I'm reading subs and I'm dying. Oh shit, it's because I'm on my own. The rest of the team ran away from us. The Necromancer went in a complete opposite direction, and me and the Ranger stayed. The Ranger is like playing a good solo build, though. Look at this. He destroyed the guy. The original PC Gamer magazine said climbing alongside a jumping puzzle would be something in Guild Wars 2. Climbing alongside jump. Well, that's not true, though, is it? They never used the phrase jumping puzzle in that article. That was way, way, way before any of those concepts were anything. Yeah, I do remember, like, way back when they said tree climbing. But, I mean, we kind of do have tree climbing. I can go into Guild Wars 2 and perch myself on a tree. It's not a formal feature. It's because comments like that, it's like the old companion system and stuff. They're written imagining a game that doesn't exist. And that game, the imagination of that game is locked to how Guild Wars 1 plays. It's just, there's no reason to look at that, I don't think. And I certainly don't think they're obligated to fulfill it. Just because it was written all those years ago. The one thing I think that look, if they feel obligated to fulfill anything from pre-release press, I think that it should be stuff like, the archery shootout and the cavalier thing and the bar brawl, right? Stuff that they literally marketed the game on but never came into the game. That kind of stuff I think is much more like, okay, maybe these should be there. I want a Corteria patch so bad, man. I want all that shit. That would be so good, wouldn't it? Just one big patch all about Corteria. And not even just to add features and stuff like I'm talking about there. Dude, I'm getting battered. I feel like I want to be a lot tankier as an assassin here. Because the way that this is playing is I'm running in first. I don't even have a TP, you know. Imagine if I was using Shallow Theft. I'd be getting made mincemeat of. Because I'd be just going way out of range. Was pretty lost after the death of WoW and FF didn't do it for me. Thanks for showing me the way at Guild Wars 2. I love it and have so much to do. Yeah, I used a phrase in a recent vid. Thank you very much for that lovely compliment. I used a phrase. Wait, what do you mean? Thanks for showing me the way of Guild Wars 2. Did you just randomly YouTube it? You found my channel and you just went for it. I used a phrase in a video like last night or the night before, where I said Guild Wars 2 does everything better than Final Fantasy. It's just it doesn't do enough of it. And I think that basically does sum up my feelings on the two games. Guild Wars 2 is more active. It's got better exploration. It's got more involved story instances. It's got everything. But it just doesn't... I think it's raids and it's... Not necessarily it's strikes, but I think it's 5-man environment with fractals and stuff. It's all really layered and really detailed and really good. I think... that I've done this video about, for new players, this, picking class guide. And it's like, all the classes are so good and they're so rich and they're not very homogenous and so on. It's really good. The only downside is, like, there's just never enough. Like, the story isn't bad. It's just, it gets crunched or it gets chopped and it's just, there's not enough dialogue. There's not enough time for any story beat. There's just not enough. That's it. It's always been just a quantity problem. Raids never came in regularly enough or got shuffled and moved around. It's just a quantity thing. You know, so that's another reason why I have quite high hopes for End of Dragons, because I sincerely do believe all Guild Wars 2 needs to do is put out more consistent content. Find its feet and be regular. And, like, find the things that really are bagging down, like, the development of stuff, and try to, like, avoid doing those. Like, 6 months for one Joko cutscene. That's a good example to me of, like, okay, this is clearly, you know, I want more cutscenes than that. I want more story beats than that. But, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're just going for the blockbuster thing and they're happy to spend that money and that time on stuff like that. But, yeah, you know, like, try and assess some of the bloated stuff, but generally speaking, just more. And I think the game would be fine. And the problem is, it's just for the past 3 years or so, they haven't done that. There are people who will argue against me on that. They'll say that Aurene coming back to life was a nosedive for the story quality. And, blah, 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 blah. But again, I think a lot of it is just quantity. A lot of it's just a matter of perspective. Well, there you go. That's it. It's over. We got 119. So, the prediction is that we did come in the top 10. A lot of you guys voted on that, so congratulations. Okay, so I'm going to do a gem giveaway. Now, here's how I'm going to do this. I'm going to put the code in chat. Now, I know what you guys are going to say. Oh, but the scalpers and... Oh, well, no, maybe that's not fun. That's not fun. Alright, let's actually finish off some of this conversation here. If they ever had housing in Guild Wars 2, they can give core players pity housing area in Corteria. Similar to how there's a core guild hall in Lion's Arch. Rocker says I can set up for you. Oh, yeah, you can. We can do it properly now. You're right. Yeah, all right. Let's just do a gem giveaway. All right, guys. So, yeah, it's going to be a raffle-style system. Where basically you're going to have a limited time window in chat to enter the raffle. All you have to do is type into chat ! And then there'll be like a code of some kind. So wait for it. And just do it within that window, and then a bot will pick a random winner out of it. And that's it. That's how we'll do it. So that's it. This is going to blow up chat, so let me see if there's anything else. Climbing could utilize the sky scale juice mechanic. Yeah, it could. It definitely could. Will there be legendary armor available from strikes? That's what I want to know. I would think if they're going to do it, they would have talked about it already. So, no. What are the rewards from strikes going to be? No idea. I think they do need to push the boundaries a bit and create some new interesting ideas for rewards. So, hopefully they can figure something out. There you go. Okay, the raffle's open, guys. I can do a proper... Oh, is it open? No, you guys are spamming something that's not even the command. Or is it the command? Did Rocker type anything? I think he's setting it up, isn't he? No, that's not it, guys. That's not it. I'm putting you on emote only chat. Hold on. Yeah, chat's confused. I'm putting you on emote only. That's not the command, guys. Cool. I've been watching this horror channel, this YouTube horror channel, that talks about all these real-life disasters and stuff. And so many of the videos about human crushes, you know, where you get enough people together and they start basically behaving like a liquid. Like free will is like people become predictable, and at some point physics takes over. It's not even about you being predictable or whatever. It's just, and you just get these crowds that just create these horrible you know, situations, these disastrous situations. And when I look at Twitch chat doing shit like that, everyone's panicking, like, you know, panicky, scared animals. Oh, I'm gonna type the exclamation mark. Oh, I'm gonna miss out. It's just like, since I'm watching this horror channel, it's taking like a grim tone to me now. All right, so this here, while we set that up, is, yeah, the reason I was reading about the crushes was because of the concert thing. Yeah, Boots. So this is the kind of major city, town, outpost place for this region. So when it comes to the Xingjie stuff, they showed us Sai Tung and they ran over to Zendaijan, right? They did something like this. By the way, does that mean the Jaya Bluffs didn't exist in that previous stream? Were there no Jaya Bluffs? For Guild Wars, for the Echovald, I'm wondering if we get House Zuhelzer or they show kind of a minor area again. I'm guessing we might be looking at this exact place. In fact, as I look around here, I'm wondering if I can see some stained glass, maybe. If I can see one of those doorways. I mean, look at these gothic vibes. Look at these statues that are being implied by the texture on the wall over there. I love this stuff. So, yeah, this is like the main place. It is very cool. You're going to set it to 2 times luck for subs. Oh, yeah, okay, if we can do that. All right, guys, so the idea of this giveaway is if you're a sub and you enter it, you will get double chance to win. I didn't realize that we had that set up. That's awesome. We used to do that. So remember, you can do that for free with Prime. I mean, literally, it's just a couple of clicks, so you can double your chances to win. We used to do like 10 times sub luck. Friggin', was it Flagante? Flagante used to go crazy with that stuff. All right, there you go. So the giveaway has started. I'm going to take you out of emote chat. So just type exclamation mark ticket 1. So there you go, that's it. And that should work. Easy peasy. Alright, so yeah, what else do I have to say about House Zuhelzer though? One of the oldest and largest houses of the Kurzik, one of the oldest and largest of the Kurzik houses, the Zuhelzers can trace their lineage to Saint Victor and well beyond. A fact that they waste no opportunity to mention to newcomers. As masters of thought, magic and architecture, their buildings are nothing short of exquisite. And getting past their magical wards and protections is nothing short of miraculous. So yeah, in Guild Wars 2 context, I don't really know where that goes. Not too sure. Wow, look, the Luxons have taken a ton of territory here. They're like way up. In fact, haven't they taken the maximum amount of territory possible? The border wasn't doing that a minute ago, was it? They can never take the Eternal Grove, you'll see here. So let's do some highlight areas. I'm going to take you now to... where was it? Well, let's go to the Aspenwood Gate. And I want to show you guys another kind of section of the forest. I mean, I feel weird because I definitely did this all quite recently. I did this on End of Dragons Daily. Oh, someone had a really snarky comment about one of my videos as well, but and I'm annoyed because I don't like it when someone's a complete prick, but they're right. It really annoys me. But a guy was like, I was talking about, oh, okay, so you got a big population here. I don't know what they're eating. I don't know how they're living. The ground produces nothing for them. And then I mentioned the truffle thing. And someone said, do you think WP's ever heard of the concept of trade? They could just trade for their food. He didn't even say that second sentence. He just said, do you think WP's ever heard the concept of trade? And I thought, you dick. But, I mean, he's right. They probably were trading amber for their food and so on. So that might be something that's going on. But, I mean, look at this. This is one of my favorite vistas in the forest. Look how cool this is. And here you can see, like, the tops of the trees blown off. Oh, look, we have Winds of Change dialogue. Here you are, look at this. I wonder, with the afflicted gone, will the forest begin to heal itself? I'm certain that it will, but the question is, what happens because of it? And the peasant says, what do you mean? And the peasant says, think of it this way. Our people have adapted to life in these petrified woods. New life and new creatures have found their way here. Oh, I don't miss this. Have found their homes here. What happens when all of that changes? And the peasant says, I see your point, but there's one thing we can take comfort in. While our people may have tough changes ahead of them, it's nothing compared to the Luxons. And they say when the Jade Sea thaws, the lot of them will just sink. Oh, I'm so curious. That's Winds of Change dialogue. They're setting up for Guild Wars 2 with that. So has the studio in 2019, 2020, 2021 looked at lines like that? Will they pay off in that? So here's some of the dredge of the forest as well, by the way. So who knows? Okay, so did we get a winner or no? I don't know whether we got a winner yet. I don't know how long the raffle's going to be going on for. Oh, something's messed up. Sorry, chat. Give me a second to fix it. Okay, no worries, no worries. It's okay. I'll keep you guys entertained with fascinating insights about Guild Wars on here. But yeah, I love this. I love the top of the trees broken off. I love kind of the black, bleak sky. It's quite the vibe, isn't it? I mean, really. And it is funny to me that Guild Wars 2 is probably going to feel a lot more closed in than this. Maybe not everywhere in the forest, but this is kind of what I would call like one of the sub-regions, one of the other areas. And yeah, you guys can emote in chat for what it's worth. I kind of want to show you guys some Gaki. Oh, here's kind of another sort of... Oh, so here, you got the orange windows. I'll be looking out for that on this stream. If they do much of that. The idea that we can actually go inside one of those buildings, I'm especially looking forward to. Oh, here's some rot wallows. These ones are with the dredge. So one of the things is that the dredge had tamed rot wallow. Sorry, they're just called wallows, I think. I think rot wallows are specifically the necromancer variation, maybe. Knockdowns, touch skills. Anyway, and I keep calling them all rot wallows. They're just wallows. But yeah, both the Kurzicks domesticate them and the Dredge have domesticated them. But yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at this suggestion here. Can we actually walk up this? Oh, wow, we can. I love this. This is some Guild Wars 1 jankiness right here. Beautiful. There are a few places where that was always possible. Oh, here you go. So now the stairway's broken. And yeah, you get like these big thick trees, and the idea is there's people in there, right? I mean, it's cool, isn't it? It's very cool. I don't really think there's much else I want to show off at Ferndale, so let's go back up to the Aspenwood Gate. I'm going to physically walk to the portal, because in that way I can teleport the whole team through without relying on people resigning or whatever. Because you just don't know if someone might miss it or whatever. Okay, so is the next one going? I'm not actually sure. I'll let you guys know. Don't worry, you're not going to miss out on these gems. You won't miss out. So yeah, as for the fort itself, I mean, do you think we can do around the Fort Aspenwood? The thing is, to do that, it's going to kick me out of my PvE party again. And again, that's going to be a bit sad if that happens, so... Yeah, you got JQ, Fort Aspenwood. These are like PvP game types. One of the comments I saw on the official YouTube channel was, oh, I hope Fort Aspenwood's back. It was like the top comment with the most thumbs. I just got to say, I don't think that's happening either. I don't think they're adding another PvE game type. Okay, so yeah, it's open now, guys. Just type !join. There you go. Double luck if you're a sub. You can do it for free. You can also do it retroactively. So if you just typed !join, and now you're just sitting around waiting around, you can easily... Oh, yeah, there you go. You can even click that chant button to join the giveaway. So, yeah, once you've joined, yeah, in the meantime, before we draw a winner, you've got plenty of time. You can consider picking up a sub if you like. And I would much appreciate that. So, yeah, people were saying Fort Asmodee. I don't think they're going to just randomly have another PvP game type in there. I don't think the game needs it either. Now, in theory, a stronghold-themed Fort Asmodee, an asymmetrical stronghold map. Now, that's quite interesting. I think that there's maybe some possibility there. But, generally speaking, I think there's a low chance. And it kind of weirded me out to see that on the official Guild Wars 2 channel. Because it's kind of like, look, these are probably very casual fans that are just sort of vaguely remembering old stuff from the first game. And it's like, oh, I want this back, I want this back, I want this back. And like getting excited about everything. But I think just some things probably won't be there. That's one of them. I mean, we might be able to explore the location. They might have, you know, the ruins of the Fort Aspenwood, and the super weapon that was being built there is some pretty interesting lore. So it might be that, you know, that appears in some capacity, but as a game type, I don't think so. And that's kind of the vibe I got from the YouTube comments there, really. Greetings! So here we've got the Luckgardis Conservatory, previously known as Cypress Hollow. The Luckgardis house decided to rebuild its cathedral and its homes here after house founder, Lord Rolf Luckgardis, came to this spot seeking guidance from the gods. According to legend, Lord Luckgardis was deep in prayer when a tree, weighed down by its heavy petrified limbs, finally gave way and crashed into the forest floor. It missed Lord Luckgardis by mere inches and was immediately declared a sign from the gods that this was a blessed place to all members of House Luckgardis. I love these. Oh man, this is so good. I wish Guild Wars 2 had more like little snippets of stuff like this. So cool. So yeah, I don't know. There's not too much here, but what I want to show you is the Melanju's Hope off on the side. All right, you got 45 seconds to get in on the raffle, guys. 45 seconds. If I put the channel on follower only mode, that would probably be a good idea for little giveaways like that, right? Because then that basically means people follow to get in. That's quite a good little plan, isn't it? So, Melanju's Hope. Why is this called Melanju's Hope? Well, because it was one of the areas that I now expect a lot of the forest to look like. So we actually have a lot of greenery here. This is one of the places where there's a substantial amount of greenery. There's this big, like, basin of water. And these grasses we can find around here. So this leads me on to the other thing I want to ask you guys about. What do you guys think they mean when they say decay? Let's watch the trailer again here real quick. And read the lower thirds as it comes up. Ready? See, once petrified and lifeless, now a land of growth and decay. Where danger and chaos reign. Cantha's wildest region awaits. So what do you guys think that means? I mean, I can't quite wrap my head around it. Are they saying, like, my suggestion, as I said in my trailer, like, review video, was I said that, you know, maybe it's that all the organic matter's coming back, but it's not alive again. I mean, I think maybe what the devs have done is they've said, well, look, these trees were petrified, and like, look at those trees we saw a second ago. They had their tops blown off by the pressure of the wind. Half this shit's like actually there's no leaves or anything. So I always kind of imagined that that the trees would come back to life or whatever. But maybe the idea is that, you know, they become organic material again. They depetrify. But they're still fucked. So therefore they're dying. So therefore, you know, decay is a big part of the forest. Maybe that's the idea. I also like the idea that maybe there's like a lot of plague and sickness among the trees and the crops and stuff, which caused the ecosystem to grow back, to struggle to grow back. Maybe just the depetrification isn't the be-all and end-all. And so that's what they're getting at. That was kind of my guess. But how does that like key into the later stories and stuff? I don't know. Also, does anyone have any theory? Sorry, I'm just throwing question after question after question at you. Does anyone have any idea why the Aetherblades might be there? Because it seems pretty clear from that trailer those are Aetherblades. So what exactly is the idea there? Kossich says the forest is claiming the Kurzik houses and the cathedrals, hence growth forest and decay Kurzik buildings. The Guild Wars 2 announcement page on the main site says venture into Echovald wilds, an ancient forest once frozen in time by a traitor's death whale. The Kurzik people built stunning cathedrals among the petrified trees, and new growth is reclaiming what they left behind. Oh, I never saw that on the official website. So that's kind of confirmation they're not around, right? I mean, I've been getting that vibe. I've been nervous about saying that out loud, like so much though, because I feel like someone's just gonna say, no, they've confirmed they're here. But no, that sounds like the impression I got, that the Kurzicks aren't around. So yeah, the idea that maybe the trees are like messing up all these structures that they built. And you think the decay is just the decay of building. It's not organic decay that we're talking about. I mean, I was thinking like fungus and stuff. Luxon's one, as it should be. Well, I mean, look, if they're doing a story where the Kurzicks really struggled, I wonder what they're doing for the Luxons. It's weird because they've given me like these odd like utopian vibes about Guild Wars 2's Cantha quite often, you know. Like they'll suggest that I don't know, they might be doing something really cool. What's it called? The Ministry of Purity became the Ministry of, was it secrecy or security? I can't remember which one it is. Here's what I really hope they're doing with the story. I hope they're creating a nation that looks like a utopia on the surface, but under the surface you realise things are actually really quite dark and quite messed up. And I think that by the time you've been able to explore what's happened to these other regions and stuff, but I don't know, maybe that's too close to the Guild Wars 1 thing. Maybe they do want to do something that's genuinely just a bit nicer. Because, you know, things were, to be fair, things were pretty miserable throughout the POF expansion. And having, like, kind of a brighter tone to everything might go a long way in an expansion. Things were pretty miserable through Heart of Thorns. Things were pretty miserable everywhere in the desert, whether it's because of the Forged and Balthazar, whether it's because of the Branded, whether it's because of the Awakened. You know, that was a triple crises going on in that expansion. And even the Living World patch after that felt kind of chill, maybe a bit in Daybreak, but generally. And even Amnoon, which is kind of like your nice city kind of area, there's a lot of like sort of gross stuff going on there. Okay, so Rocker is testing another giveaway. It's not real. It's the Ministry of Security, says Kossich. I still hope we see some xenophobic Canthan faction who don't respect the amnesty of Xingji, named from the Vindicator trait line, and want all new Canthan allies like Tengu eradicated to finish Yusoku's work. So we could see Old Guard Purity armored soldiers in these factions. There's just so much. There's so much for them to talk about, because then there's the whole how Dragon Jade technology has affected things, and the looming threat of the Deep Sea Dragon. Oh, I have a party member who's never gone any further than this. We want to go to the Brower Academy, but it's not, they've never been there. So I think we might have to abandon our friend there. Whoever it is, that we've got a Luxon player with us, basically. This is like the threshold now. You can only get to the deep Kurzik areas if you properly ally with them and you say, alright, yeah. It's alright. If you want a character swap, Necromancer Denise. Do you want a character swap? I can wait for you. I guess I'll whisper them. I don't mind. I'll read lore about Saint Angika's shrine in the meantime. Considered sacred ground to the Kurzicks, this shrine marks the spot where Saint Angika was struck down by raiding Luxons. Witnesses to the event that day claimed that Angika tried to dissuade the invaders from bloodshed by speaking of the glory of the gods, but when a Luxon spear pierced her heart in the middle of her sermon, all hope of peace was shattered. Hello, hope everyone's having a good day. Yeah, welcome. If you guys are newly to the stream, we're doing some gem giveaways. we're doing a bit of a pre-show before the big official stream, which is in 45 minutes, isn't it? Did they say yes or no? Let's have a look. See here. They didn't respond. They're still just standing there. So I guess they probably don't want a character swap. Okay, so let's check out... Where's another place that I quite like? Let's check out the Eternal Grove and the cutscene there. Okay, they said, no, they're okay. Well, thank you for coming. I mean, the more the merrier. Oh, it's at 8 UK time. Oh, is it really? Oh, okay, cool. So we can chill out a little bit. I was thinking to myself, man, I don't want to do this whole thing. Wow, Fox Cub got there real quick. In just Guild Wars 1. I want to swap to Guild Wars 2. Hello, hello, Undius. Welcome, welcome. I think we are in the Guild Wars 2 category, actually, as well. Alright, so let's see. Baron Mirek Vassberg. Welcome to the Eternal Grove. We have gathered here for the Awakening, a ceremony that few have had the privilege of witnessing. Volunteers who sacrifice themselves to become Juggernauts are our greatest assets against the Luxons. So, for centuries, the Kurzicks have gathered in the Eternal Grove to perform the ritual known as the Awakening. Outsiders are seldom allowed to witness this ceremony, so very little is known about it, except that this is how Kurzicks create the great forest defenders who defend their lands from their enemies, the Luxons. It's interesting the way they've got that written. It's like the Juggernauts only exist to oppose Luxons, and aside from that, they're not really around or whatever. But I don't suppose that's the entire truth there. Alright, so let's replay the cinematic. Oh, there's not rushing water. This is so good. All the cutscenes sound better now as well. Oh, I gotta redo all my Let's Plays to fix all the mission cutscenes. True audio. You hope we have unique dialogue for Silvari players interacting with the wardens and Ergos if he's now returned as an ally. Yeah, I want to see lots of that as well. Who would you guys want to see most? I like the idea of Kanak in the forest.
It's been a long time since we bested Shiro.
I was thinking the same thing. I fear his return will not be long in coming.
You worry about things that will never come to pass.
Shiro is still a threat. The affliction will return.
Nonsense. Shiro is gone once again, and with him the affliction. You should know, you were there.
Yes, but...
Shiro is in the past. We must be mindful of the present. The Luxons are the biggest threat to us Kurzicks, and it is to them we must shift our focus.
Baron Vassberg! Baron Vassberg!
What news?
Baron, the Luxons have breached the forest. They're on the march as we speak.
To the Eternal Grove! Protect the Forever Trees! Kill the Luxon invaders!
Well, there you have it. So then you go into the mission. Oh, it kicked me from the party, really? Okay, I didn't mean to leave that there, guys. Hold on. Here we go. Tanya, you want an invite again? You feel like that Kurzik voice actor is the casino announcer in the Crystal Oasis. Is it really? I get the vibe, somewhat. Yeah, I think that might be good. Malik. Yeah, Malik is definitely a good idea as well. If we found Malik in the forest, that would be kind of a huge story beat, wouldn't it? That would be pretty cool. And we say, oh my god, who are you? And he explains, or if you're a Silvari that's done that story step, it's like we get in touch again. That would definitely be cool. So anyway, yeah, the Eternal Grove, that's kind of the mission at the end of the Kurzik stuff. We defend the Forever Trees, we build some Juggernauts, some of the main quests were to do with that. This is one of my favorite areas, it's called the Amats basin. It's very easy to miss. Tanya, we're moving on. If you want an invite, come here. It's a challenge mission again, so I'll skip doing the prediction. Doesn't really matter. So basically, here Long before the Great Houses formed the Council of Nobles and the Kurzick Nation, the Amats basin was a site of fierce battle between the Zuhelsters and the Vassbergs. What they fought over none can remember, but the fighting took a terrible toll. Even worse, from the Kurzick perspective, thousands of the dead were left to rot where they fell. In recent years, the bones of those fallen warriors have begun to resurface, and the Kurzicks blame Ergos, a corrupted forest spirit, for these ghastly exhumations. So, that's not very Pale Tree-like, really, is it? I mean, unless you consider the Zulvari rising in the likeness. But no, I mean, there's definitely some like necromantic stuff here that we don't see the Pale Tree do, so that's quite different. It's great to hear that little reference to Ergos, though. That's the elite mission area. Why I love this place so much? Because aside from maybe the bonus mission pack, which kind of doesn't count, which maybe takes place in these mountains here. Or was it up these mountains here? Aside from that, the Amats Basin is the most southerly point we have ever been in the whole franchise. Not just for Guild Wars 1, but in Guild Wars 2 as well, because obviously we haven't been to Cantha, so we've never been any further south. This is it. This is the end of the road here, folks. You've got Elona above this, and then you've got Tyria above that, with the Eye of the North areas above even there. The Battle Isles is in the middle, sorry. So the actual order goes Cantha. North of Cantha is the Battle Isles, which is here, the Great Temple. Then it's Nightfall and Elona. Then it's all the Tyrian stuff. And then there's a place right up at the north. Basically Guild Wars 2, Bureau Marches, and beyond a little bit. That's the most northerly place. So yeah, this and it's kind of a hidden optional place that you might miss, you know, and I quite like that. So there we are, the most southerly place. Now you see on the full maps in Guild Wars 2 that you can kind of see what's around the south of this landmass, but as far as Guild Wars 1's concerned, you never could really. I've never really paid much attention to what this map, like the art style of this map, really. I like the way they did the mountains. It's actually lower resolution than I remember it. Given the implication of city, it's quite hard to do artistically, I think. So anyway, the other cool thing about this, here you go, Tanya. If anyone wants to load in heroes, is the immediate exit here in Morning Vale Falls. I love this map. This map mostly makes me think of the Black Moa chick hunt, which got you a cool mini during the Eye of the North era. Because there's like a bit where you've got to like submerge an egg in the stream, like a magical stream in this area. But why I quite like coming to it these days is it's a good place to see Gaki. OMG, you want that so bad? Wait, what do you want? The Black Moa chick. Yeah, the Black Moa chick is fun, and it's basically a Guild Wars 2 collection. People don't like to think about it that way, but it basically is. Oh, yeah, okay. I'll add Brutus here. So yeah, we'll add a Rot Wallow henchman. I'll show you guys as well. Or sorry, just a Wallow henchman. So check it out. Look, they actually came and fought with you. Like I say, they were a lot chubbier in Guild Wars 1 than how they are in Guild Wars 2. But I think I prefer the Guild Wars 2 design, really. It's not bad, right? As far as I remember, you can't actually speak to them. They're not that intelligent. But yeah, they're like pets that the Kurzicks have. I think one thing that the Factions campaign did that was actually really cool, and actually cooler than what Nightfall did, is they were really creative with all the henchmen that you could get, and like the types of henchmen that were available and stuff. Nightfall obviously introduced the hero system, which then meant, you know, most of the focus went onto that. But this game had so many henchmen, so many characters and faces and names are a part of the main story here. It's unreal. You've got like the cast from Guild Wars 1, sort of the original Destiny's Edge. You've got like the student cast. You've got like the headmaster cast, you know, the faculty from Xingje. You've got, so as far as city henchmen, who have you got? You've got some characters, but they're not necessarily like a full set. But then there's like a whole cast of Kurzick henchmen, a whole cast of Luxon henchmen as well. There's just so many characters. And you only get 7 party slots. But they're a lot of fun. You know, I'm really happy that my original Let's Plays only used skills from that area and played with henchmen from that area as well. So you get like a true experience. I never skipped ahead and did a bunch of stuff with heroes or whatever. My god, I'm getting actually spanked here, aren't I? So here's the stone scale Kirin. And we do see a Kirin in the trailer. This is how they looked in the first game. It's funny, they're called stone scale, but I always sort of forget that fact. To me, they're just like moss Kirin, because they're the green variety. There you have it. Another nice sight. I mean, look at that. Look at that, guys. Oh. There's so much like layering of stuff. Oh, that looks even better with the window here in the foreground. Control Shift H. I mean, if anything makes me think Echovald Forest, that's it right there. And again, it's because of the roof, I think. It's the roof that's... I mean, look at this. So I don't know to what degree Guild Wars 2 will be able to pull it off. It's nice how well Guild Wars 1's aged, and thanks to their art direction. I don't know, it's inconsistent. I mean, for every little moment you get like this, there'll be 20 that don't look that good. Does it look good now? Right? If I zoom out and I stare at the floor while I play the game with maximum efficiency, does it look good now? I don't think it does, really, does it? Yeah, the enhanced draw distance is good for these areas. I mean, it's almost a bit weird because it does tamper with a lot of where the Echovald Forest sort of was meant to look gloomy and foggy. I worry they won't capture the same dark mystery in Guild Wars 2's version. It's been 250 years, says Wirespot. I mean, well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like, it's been 250 years. The lore has called for change here. A big thing about the Guild Wars 1 story is that we're reversing the damage, you know? By the way, doesn't that look like a goblin face up in the sky up there? A big thing is we're reversing the damage, so isn't it kind of spitting on Guild Wars 1 to not do that? Okay, so here's some warden. I haven't really shown you guys really closely how the wardens look, so there you go. This is the thing. I'm kind of in the Juggernaut camp to a certain degree, because the actual in-engine wardens in Guild Wars 1 they don't really look like that art at all. But I mean, maybe this guy does to a certain degree. He's definitely the in-game representation of that concept art. I mean, it's got the horns. Maybe it's a warden that became a Juggernaut. Maybe that's what happened. Look at the infusion spammer. Was someone spamming infuse, were they? I like how we've got a Bone Fiend MM. I love Bone Fiend builds. Oh, they're all going to get destroyed by that churning earth, though. Well, actually, they survived quite well. Thanks very much for the sub, Caxel. Enjoy your double luck in the future gem giveaways. You think it's a Juggernaut because of the amber-like glow? Yeah, I mean, I didn't cut that out, did I? Did that appear in my video? Was the amber glow in the video? I wonder why they changed the looks of some of the Necro minions so much when these ones were quite pleasing. Well, I think giving them all a bit of an update's fine. Flesh Golem doesn't look too different in Guild Wars 1 to Guild Wars 2. And Bone Minions don't look too different. They just look better. Oh, here's the Oni. Oh, what if we see an Oni in this? Do you think we're going to see an Oni on the stream? Oh, that'd be so good. I think what just basically happened is they just wanted more variety, and they cut the... I mean, the Bone Fiend is kind of replaced with the Devourer in this game. I mean, they look weird. They do look weird in Guild Wars 1. It's like oh, you haven't seen the video yet, but in my new player guide, I talk a bit about minions on Necro, and my favorite is actually the Shadow, the Shade. The Shade is awesome. And if people don't know, that's because that was originally going to be a minion from Death Shroud. Death Shroud had its own minion. And if you think about the way you look and feel in Death Shroud, with like the sort of the grey mist and fog everywhere, you'll realise that, oh, the Shadow Fiend actually matches up with that visual perfectly. That's because that was originally in there. Guild Wars 1 never really explored what happened to the Wardens after Urgos was vanquished from the material form, did they? No, they didn't. There might have been a tiny moment in Winds of Change. It might have been, but I can't really remember that. Just booted up Guild Wars 2. What's this update I'm downloading? Yeah, there was a patch today. I don't know. Is it an interesting patch? I'll read the notes on stream for you guys. I haven't actually seen it yet. I saw that there was a patch, but I haven't seen what the specifics of it were, the particulars of it were. I don't think there's any lore from Guild Wars 1 for those heavily armored spirits of aggression that the rogue speaker rituals were summoning to subdue spirits in the Xingji stream. Yeah, I called them like a revenant. Yeah, those guys in the heavy armor. Yeah, so let me ask you that, chat. Let's watch the trailer again. Ready? I'll try and pause at the right time. Here we go. I love how clean and clear this trailer looks. It's so good. Alright, these guys. What do we think about these guys? Thoughts, theories? It's a pretty hefty download for bug fixes. Oh, the patch is just got bug fixes, is it? What do we think? They're ritualist spirit guides, bad guys. I mean, they definitely, yeah, they're bad guys. I mean, we see people fighting them on the skill videos and everything as well too. Oh, nice. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, when you dance, all your guys dance with you. Look at Elias playing the flute there. That's awesome. Oh, look, they're pushing the border back a bit. Oh, no, maybe they're not. So, yeah, I guess I'm just vaguely walking back to the Vassberg Armory here. I mean, this looks good as well, doesn't it? I mean, what a map, guys. What a map this is. Look at this tree with all these light... Oh, sorry. I didn't turn off VLC. There you go, I'm back. We're back. I walked forwards and someone did /dance. Do you want to dance with your guys again? So people can see? Here you go. See, Elias is playing the drums this time. He was playing the flute a second ago. And then Gwen's playing the guitar. Yeah, and people are like dancing and playing with each other. That's it. That's all there was. Yeah, okay, and then here, I was looking at this tree. One of those spirits things that the speakers were summoning. Yeah, but I don't know what the further story is. I mean, I presume that there's more going on with it. You think it's a Kurzik ghost? I don't think it's just Kurzik, because we saw them in Xingji. We didn't just see them in Xingji, but they're being used as like generic enemies in some other press and material that they put out. So I think there's something a bit bigger than that. Yeah, this is the stream. I think that you submerged the mower again. There was something really magical about Guild Wars 1. The maps were so empty, and there was so little happening, that when the Black Moa quest came out, and there's like now an interactable in the stream or whatever that wasn't there before, there was something really magic about that. And I don't think Guild Wars can ever recapture that kind of feeling, you know? Guild Wars does things so much more sophisticated, so much more of the time. Alright, here you go. So here's the Gaki. Oh, and by the way, yeah, the undergrowths. We didn't see any undergrowths either, did we? I love the undergrowths. And I love the dragon mosses. So I don't know. I feel like we would have seen them in the trailer if they were going to be in the game. I'm guessing these enemies won't exist. I'm guessing these enemies won't exist, which is a real shame, because I love the way these things look. They're so cool, aren't they? But the Kirin we've seen. Oh, the random white tigers patrolling around. And yeah, there was a Gaki boss there. We just annihilated it. Is that another one over there that I just see? No. I thought I saw one with a ritualist outline. That Rainbow Phoenix is so majestic. The Guild Wars 2 Phoenix looks like a clown compared to it. Well, because you're making an unfair comparison. That's a Rainbow Phoenix. That is like a super special reward for getting really high on achievements and titles and stuff. there is a regular phoenix too. You should compare the phoenix to the regular phoenix, not the rainbow one. The rainbow one's like a big prestige thing. Now that, by the way, is quite an interesting thought. Talking about hidden mounts and stuff. Phoenix mount? Rainbow phoenix mount? I kind of like the idea of riding on a phoenix, but what does it do that the griffin doesn't do? And what does it do that the sky scale doesn't do? Could it just be an alternate path to the sky scale, a Canthan path to the sky scale? It's Phoenix instead. That would actually be really cool, having that alternate path and have it look like a Phoenix, because it would stop this weird thing where really you've got to go back and play Dragonfall, and there's gem gates and all that kind of shit. I mean, there's multiple ways to resolve that problem, but assuming gem gates are non-negotiable, maybe that's a fun thing they can do. And then an alternate version for the roller beetle as well, of course. They should have had skins in game to get it. It doesn't need to be new mechanically. Well, again though, I mean, the rainbow phoenix, it's not just a skin for the phoenix, is it? I think it has like the same like underlying like skeleton and animation set. But it's a totally new thing, isn't it? It's not just a skin. Mind you, I mean, what does skin mean? When it comes to the skiffs, when you get a boat skiff skin, it changes the whole goddamn thing, doesn't it? It's not just a texture change. When I think skin, I think it's just a texture swap, but that's not really fair, is it? I mean, look at this thing. And look at the vines connecting it, like anchoring it almost. I mean, it's so badass. And yeah, I want to like climb up there. I want to be up there. Imagine living in those higher rooms. I don't know if they'll be able to fully recapture a lot of this stuff. I really don't. I like the trailer. I think it looks very clean, and I think it does stir in me a real excitement. But I don't know how much they'll properly be able to do. Okay, so just to be clear, the stream is in an hour and a half, yeah? Seth says jump. You want me to jump? Yeah, no problem. This game has jumping. See? I just jumped. Yeah, it's 8. Okay, it is 8 p.m. 3D game. Yeah, totally. I mean, look at this. I like the undergrowth patrolling here along the slight green. This tree's been blown off. Oh shit. Did we just get ambushed by Oni? No, what was that? I saw a red dot in the middle of our group. Maybe it was a minion or something? Now swim. How can I swim? Well, I would swim, but you know, there's a thing about Tyria in the lore from 250 years ago. There's actually just no deep bodies of water. They just didn't exist. The deep bodies of water only existed once Zaitan rose and created the tidal waves. That's why it was so damaging to Lion's Arch. So it's kind of like a non-question to ask me to swim in this game, because deep water just, it wasn't around. I'm sure if there was any deep water, I'd be allowed to swim in it, because this is a brilliant game. Talking of skin, I think Mechanist Golem could use the same system as Ranger's pet selection list for Golem skins. I suppose they could do that. That would be kind of weird to have like a whole monetized section of just one class, but I suppose they could do it, yeah. The stream's 12. I could have sworn they said the stream was 11, but maybe I'm just getting confused. Okay, we're near the end of the tour here now. Vassberg Armory. The Vassbergs are brilliant military strategists and fighters. Their armory, which is the largest of its kind in Echovald, is filled with powerful weapons, murals of famous battles, and the spoils of years of warring against the Luxons. Not much more to say there, really. Statue of Balthazar here, lit up in gold as it is. Battle is the most magnificent of all the gods' creations, and House Vassberg contains the greatest warriors of the Kurzicks. Balthazar teaches us that when blood is shed, it must be shed in a way that honors the gods, or it must not be shed at all. There's a grace and dignity in combat, a dance of bloodshed. Do you seek our counsel? It's kind of freaky, to be honest. I like those weird, like, little bits of obscure lore about how, like, how the Canthans interpret... how the Kurzicks even interpret the gods' teaching. House Durheim is most known for its studies of history. Our ancestors have left us with all but countless epics that must be preserved. We compile, write, and honour the histories of all houses, but of course we have a special reverence for those of House Durheim. Once, the Durheims were not considered the ablest of warriors, but that perception is going to change. It's funny, I read the word ableist there, and I think, isn't ableism, isn't that like, you know, being prejudiced against people with disabilities of one variety or another? Oh, excuse me. Oh, big yawn there. Okay, so yeah, that's the Vassberg Armory. We can walk to the Durham archives if you guys would like. The point at this point in the story, this place was important, by the way, because it sells really good weapons and armor. Like the crafters here, not the collectors, but the crafters. This is where you can get like your 40/40 sets from and stuff. So not only is it called an armory, but it's really good place to gear out your heroes. If you're looking to gear out a bunch of mesmers, for example, in the modern era of the game, the armory's the place to go. Should have done full Echovald vanquishing in run for this guild chat. Those are so immersive from your experience. That's a cool idea, but I mean that would take all day. Well, maybe not all day. It depends how well set up your character would be and stuff. I would actually quite gladly do that too, because I would get faction from it. Kurzick faction. How are my factions actually doing? I have a lot more Lux in here. I should have redeemed this before then going into Kurzick, but hey, whatever. And yeah, that would have worked towards my titles and stuff. One of the last titles I have to do is actually assisting the Kurzicks here. So, what I could have been doing this whole time as well is while at the shrines talking to the characters to get like the bounties and so on. A system which came back in Nightfall and was utilised really well there. Do I have Graham? Yeah. I just don't have... I went Luxon, not Kurzick. I didn't even finish Luxon, but I got it high enough for the Hall of Monuments and whatever. This character doesn't have Graham. My Mesmer's the one with Graham. The account-bound title that I went for is Treasure Hunter. Because back in the day, Treasure Hunter was much harder to do. I don't know whether it's still true, but Treasure Hunter was way harder than Luxon or Kurzick. So everyone spammed those, and I thought, my theory was, well, if I do Treasure Hunter, I'll have a rarer title in the sequel then. So that's what I went for. I wanted the rarer title. And then the Hall of Monuments ended up not even working that way. Because this was all before the calculator even existed. By the time the Hall of Monuments calculator existed, and we actually knew what rewards we were going to get, I had everything done. The only thing I didn't have was, at the time of the update, they updated one of the monuments so that you could put not just destroyer weapons in it, but tormented weapons too. I think it was that. And anyway, I needed to dedicate one more weapon. That was it. So I spent all of 60 seconds preparing for Guild Wars 2. And can you hear how proud I am of that, guys? How proud I am as a hipster. Aha, I was here first, blah, blah, blah. Treasure Hunter is essentially playing RuneScape. Total repetition, time grind, 0 gameplay. Yeah, it is exactly, yeah. It's it's hard, it's rare. That's why I went for it, because it's rare. Thank you very much, SKLP7. Welcome, welcome. Could the spirits be related to envoys? The envoys would shepherd the dead, and if they're gone, the dead spirits would wander around the world of the living. I think that's a brilliant theory. Have they said that the envoys are gone in any way, though? We got kind of a bit of envoy lore touched on a bit when it came to the Forsaken Thicket. But yeah, I think that's an excellent theory. I think you've actually cracked the case there. I think you're probably right. It probably is tying to the envoys to a certain degree. Yeah, technically the legendary armor you get is called Envoy armor. RuneScape is 100% gameplay. No, but, you know, RuneScape is like click here, a thing will happen. And Treasure Hunter is basically about as complicated as that. Is there any FF plan today? There's not. There's no Final Fantasy plan today. Because this is a big press day for Guild Wars. And I'm really excited to see what they do here. I'm already feeling super drained. My sleep is fucked. So basically, I've had almost no sleep at all last night. And it got to the point where it was like 11 a.m. and I was exhausted, but the stream was coming up, and like realistically, I wanted to be live all afternoon, but I just couldn't. I couldn't make it. So I went to bed, and then got up. I set myself an alarm to be here for you guys now. So yeah, I'm keen for bed basically. When does the stream start? About an hour away. I'm really, really excited about it. I'm way more excited about this than the Shinji stuff. I wonder how the YouTube poll's going. Yeah, I can hope you sleep tonight then, hang tight. Exactly, that's the point. Exactly. I'll actually be exhausted at a reasonable hour. And what a sad thing to be excited about, but I am indeed excited about that. Random question, but do you think it would open... Oh, by the way, guys, if you ask a random question and I miss it, just copy-paste it. Just post it again. No one's going to accuse you of spamming. No one's going to be annoyed. No one's going to look at you weirdly. And I certainly aren't. I just, you know, if I missed a message you wanted responding to, I didn't actively ignore you. It's just that I'm talking about another topic. Like right now, I'm not looking at chat. I'm looking at the game while I'm thinking about something else. So I'll miss messages. So if I miss something, just post it again. Anyway, as to this one, which I almost missed, from Matty P. Good. Now, a random question, but do you think it would help open up elite specialization possibilities if they didn't try to tie every elite spec to the specific expansion's lore? The Willbender and Harbinger in particular, it felt like the End of Dragons themes were shoehorned in. See, that's an interesting one because, you know, I openly applauded that so many of the Path of Fire ones felt so good because they tied to the lore very well. And I've openly said it's a little bit lame that, you know, like Renegade came with POF, where it's not really POF relevant. Even if you think of the Icebrood Saga as POF, and therefore Char Story's there, so therefore it all works. We all know that that wasn't the plan. And even then, in the Icebrood Saga, it's not like Karla gets talked about a ton, right? So, you know, I don't really think it... So, yeah, if I was there, if I was at the studio and I was, like, concepting out elite specs, first and foremost, I would just make a spec that has a really cool, snappy, brilliant, fun theme and idea that resonates not just with the existing players, but with new players too. And I would basically, I don't know how many of you guys saw my my video proposal on it, but I did a proposal just this week where I said, look, what they need to do is dig into the current lines. What I want to see for an elite spec is a Pyromancer, or like a Frost Mage, or like an Arcanist, right? I want to see the existing lines, and I want to see them be pumped up and made into a full elite spec. I think that's what they did with the Necromancer with Soul Reaping, and then you get the Reaper, and Reaper's fantastic. And I think that they can play into that. That is exactly what I do. So then, what does that mean for having elite specs tied to the lore of the region? Well, there's not... I think that comes second, basically. I think you don't shoehorn the spec, you shoehorn the lore. So what do I mean by that? I mean, if in End of Dragons, would I have invented all this lore about a magical jade orb that follows you around and that's the catalyst? No. I would have a Pyromancer, and what I would say is in Cantha, the tradition of Pyromancers has picked up among the vestiges of the Ministry of Flame or something, right? I would write lore that ties Pyromancers to Cantha, and I would have it exist newly in the lore, but I would start at the spec, and everything else works around that. The world building works around the spec. Not the spec works around the world building. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't invent all this Jade technology and say, oh, by the way, 6 of the 9 elite specs all use it. I wouldn't do that. I think that's rubbish. I don't think they've done a very good job in those terms. Maybe you guys are listening and you think I've got a horrendous idea, but that's honestly how I feel. Right, so here we go. This is the end of the forest. So we can go through to the Unwaking Waters. In that scenario, what would you combo your elite spec with once all the baselines are elite? Did your video touch on that? No, it didn't. So what you're asking me is what do they do in 12 years? Because each line gets 5, right? So that's at least... That's 9, 18, 27, 36, 45. I've given 45 specs that I think are all brilliant with that concept. And that's going to be 5 full expansions. Assuming one every 2 years, which is actually probably a bit fast of an estimate. That's at least a decade of Guild Wars 2. Before they even have to think about scraping the bottom of the barrel. And as they go along, you know, they can break out of that and they can do more specific and new fun things, you know, where it's really obvious and it's called for. So that's like a baseline. It doesn't have to be the be-all and end-all. So I actually say you could probably easily get like 6 expansions out of a concept like that. So now it's like, okay, so what is the proposal poor because 13 years from now it will start to fall apart? No, I think it's pretty good. And my point is, it looks like they're scraping the bottom of the barrel today. It looks like they're wobbling already. And that's what that's what the video is basically saying. You don't have to wobble yet. You can wobble way down the line, you know. And besides, if we're not doing that, what's the solution next expansion now as it stands? You know, what is the solution? Just kill elite specs altogether? Now, I'm happy to have that conversation. They can kill elite specs altogether. I think it's a rough idea, but I can have that conversation. But, you know, I think there's a way through it, and that's kind of what the video was. But yes, in truth, is it an ultimate solution? Have I given a template for unlimited creativity and unlimited expansion? No. But, I mean, how much of Guild Wars is infinite, unlimitedly expanded? Mounts aren't. The mastery system probably isn't. The guild system probably isn't, you know. A lot of their matters of progression don't have an unlimited cap, you know. And this is the fight that ArenaNet picked. This is the fight they picked with the industry. They said no gear treadmill, no new level ups. This is what they got to figure out now, you know. All right, okay. So the time has come when we are going to join with the Luxons. In the last mission, the Luxons came to our aid, and we're like, oh, okay, maybe you guys aren't too bad. Maybe Shiro is here. There's a lot of afflicted around. So let's replay the cinematic. And then I promise, guys, I will get to chat any messages I've missed. Oh, I like the fireplace sound. Maybe just double trait lines so you can combo fire with pyromancer. Exactly, that's what I would like to do. When I'm a Reaper, I like to play with Soul Reaping. When I'm a Mirage, I like to play with Illusions. When I'm an Untamed, I like to play with Beast Mastery. So you're goddamn right. When I play a Pyromancer, I want to combo with fire. So we're 200 years ago now. This is 450 years before End of Dragons.
Yes, my Emperor. There is no one inside. Your safety is assured.
You will allow my retinue and my bodyguard to pass. They are coming with me.
But no one except you is allowed inside the temple. Those were your own orders.
There's been a change of plans. You will let them through.
It's Shiro, corrupted by an agent of Abaddon. Pyromancers would have canton fireworks law. That's brilliant. That's inspired. Look at the fail of WoW. I think ArenaNet pick a good fight. I think it's very easy to, after 16 years of industry domination, to see an exodus of the player base motivated because of company practice and lack of content. It's very rich to turn around and say, oh, see, so look, ArenaNet was right all along. No. All right, look, I'm a Guild Wars fanboy, but that's stupid. That's
Beware the harvest ceremony.
There's not an exodus of WoW because they have a gear treadmill, and there's not an exodus of WoW because of like stat crunches and because they expand the level cap.
Ceremony. The Emperor. Oh, he is going to kill you.
There's been a change of plans.
This scene is so funny to me.
no one except you is allowed inside the temple.
Change of plans.
But no one except
There's
you
been
is
a
allowed
change of
inside the
plans.
temple.
The Emperor. He is going to kill you.
Look how big his head looks there. Oh, Aang Cyan, if you just didn't
Beware
say...
the harvest ceremony.
If you just didn't say he's going to kill you.
must make the choice. Him or you.
I get the idea, but the scene isn't executed well. Yeah, I mean, factions cutscenes. And you can hardly hear the sword strikes in the background because I have combat sounds really low. I always feel like this scene was designed by someone who watched Rome. This is an homage to that Titus Pullo kills an old woman who witnessed him killing some statesman in the middle of the street. Oh, do you really think so? I haven't seen that, so I don't quite know, but... There you go, I voiced it out there. Hopefully other people resonate with that. So here we are on the other side of the forest now. Hold on, there's a lot happening in chat here. I do think the WoW level cap created issues for the longevity of the game. They got a max level of like 120 with damage in the hundreds of thousands before they did the crunch. Yeah, and then they did the crunch. And the story goes on. I mean, it's very rich to say WoW failed because of its gear treadmill. Oh, come on, guys. That's just not true. Obviously, the system has its problems, and we're Guild Wars fans, and we're people, generally speaking, who have been burned by that format, and are specifically picking Guild Wars because they want to opt away from it. I understand that. I know who these fans are. I know what this franchise is all about. I get that there's downsides, but you do have to look at what are basically tried and tested, well-proven incentives and mechanisms that give people meaning and purpose in MMOs. And you have to look at the success of MMOs that have it. And all the problems with rewards and progression that Guild Wars has always had. You know, there are problems on both sides of the aisle, but I would say that there's a lot... It's much harder to do a game like Guild Wars. It's really hard to do a game like Guild Wars. WoW failed because of constant systems that promote fear of missing out and systems that were abandoned constantly. I mean, I'm sure there's those as well. I can't really talk that intelligently about WoW, right? I've only played Classic, really. But the one thing I would say is it's even rich for me to hear you guys saying WoW has failed. WoW is a shell of its former self, but WoW was such a juggernaut. WoW was such a titan. WoW was so dominant of the industry for so many years. If you, it almost... You know, they could be down to a fraction of their previous user base and still an incredibly successful MMO, and it's still an incredibly profitable MMO. And you got to think of something else as well, right? And that's how people get tethered to franchises and experiences that they love. So, like there'll be a compulsion to return to WoW for a lot of people because the whole way through their teens and their 20s, they've been playing the fucking thing. So yeah, they might be pissed at Blizzard for this expansion cycle and maybe even the next one, but they will they're like forever fans. They'll consider themselves always in that camp. Guild Wars dines on that as well. And to a certain degree, they are insulated from total failure. They will always be insulated. So, you know, it's very easy. It's just this stupid like internet thing where people say, "Oh, this is the WoW killer. This game's dead. This game's alive." That's not true. WoW will continue to exist and in a very successful state, comparative to even the vast majority of the industry, for, I reckon, at least another decade. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me, you know, if you've bought into all the anti-Blizzard hysteria that's going on recently, fine. But I have a lot less faith in people to stick to their convictions than maybe you guys do. I think that WoW's got a long time left. WoW is sitting at half the daily players Guild Wars 2 has at the moment. It's quite insane. Yeah, how do you know that? There are no official numbers for either, and I very much doubt Guild Wars 2 has more players than WoW, lol. Yeah, how do you know that? Gears to Gnome says you're right. Jack Hugh says a moment's silence for Wildstar. Yeah, look, when a game is dead is when its servers are gone, alright? I was actually talking about Wildstar quite enthusiastically recently. I suddenly got really into it. I'll tell you what, if Wildstar came out now, I'd be like so into it. I'm telling you. I'm basically like so many years lagged behind on this stuff, but I'd be well up for it. The idea of another Western produced NCSoft MMO The home of the scholarly House Durheim is not far from the border with the Jade Sea, but is well protected by the dense, petrified growth of the Echovald forest and the waters of the Rijeka River. It's said that Durheim poetry owes its beauty to not just the innate talent of its authors, but to the natural splendor of nearby Morning Vale Falls. Just had to suppress a little bit of a burp there. Alright, so there you go. That is my tour, north to south, of Echovald in Guild Wars 1. We can swap over to Guild Wars 2 now, if you guys want to. We got a general gist of some of the places. Can I just ask chat? We got a million conversations going on. I want to pick them all up. I really do. I want to talk to everyone. But can I just say, does anyone think they know where some of these trailer locations are? Does that make sense? Let's watch it one final time. Does anyone think they know at a glance? Let's see real closely here. Like there, for example? I think that might be Ferndale. That's obviously new, the big wall and stuff. The Aetherblade crates, I don't think we'll see. There, that looks like Ferndale, right? The big open area? There's amazing. I have no idea what it is, though. Trailers. If I had made that trailer, like if I was doing like a proper trailer for it, I don't think they need to do those little fight sections. Just do it as a pure immersive ambient showreel. Right? That's the vibe people want anyway, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. So yeah, I don't know. I'll also note there is one final place. Now I mentioned it in my video. There is the idea of Ergo's Warren, which kind of doesn't have an overworld area, but is a large tract of the forest. Who knows where that's meant to be set? It'd be quite funny if it's meant to be set below the Amats basin, so that's technically the most south. But in Guild Wars 2, they might like to own that in some way. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? The sky in Guild Wars 1 Echovald Forest is so dark that it looks nearly like it's underground. Yeah, I mean, that's what's so cool about it, isn't it? The canopy blocks out so much light. Where do you think the instance portal leading into a big building is located? Could it be related to the Arborstone revitalization mastery? So you think Arborstone is his own little map? Kind of like a Sunspear Sanctuary type situation, maybe? I mean, that kind of works. That's quite cool. What was that area that was in the first mission? You mean here, Arborstone, the cathedral? I mean, that's a good guess as any. For sure. We might be able to get a nice view of it here. Can I just say thank you again to the people who played with me there through that? That was really nice. So I don't know, but I mean, the game's just full of like these big doorways and stuff. I mean, how does it work exactly? This is one of the big closest we ever get to some of the windows. God, this music. This music makes me think of Eye of the North, but it's not actually Eye of the North. And I love the kind of like foresty noises. It's so dark and haunting. I mean, one thing is for sure. I hope that they'll probably reuse some of this music. So you got that at least. So here, by the way, this is a Juggernaut guardsman. Maybe to add a combat action for showing danger of the wilderness. Maybe that's what they're going for, yeah. Do you think they'll try to add some side bit? Okay, all right, let's swap games now. Let's swap games. All right. Let's go over to Guild Wars 2. And meanwhile, let's look at chat. Okay, really stupid question. Did the Echovald forest actually turn back into forest, or is it still stone and stuff, just grew on top of it? Well, that's the question. It's sort of in a process of depetrification. Sounds kind of like it's sort of in a half and half space. The ruins look like House Heltzer possibly after their defeat. Yeah, I think that's fair. Based on the trailer, you got very strong Heart of Thorns vibe from that zone. I hope they can keep it distinct instead of feeling like Verdant Brink. I mean, I love those maps, but they already exist. I agree with you, Matty P. I agree with you completely, man. And hope, by the way, I'm patching Guild Wars at the moment, so it might take me a while to get in game. Yeah, I think you're right, and the more they can make it feel distinct, the better. Arborstone equals Orc Basin 2. That's a cool thought. I think the arc in the water with the people fishing might be the beginning of Arborstone, somewhere close to the cable car. Oh, yeah, that was one of the things someone asked me earlier, the cable car question. Yeah, I'd love to see cable cars with rot wallows. Hell yeah, I would. Whoa. Yeah, this is a huge patch, guys. 40,000 files. Oh, I wonder if this is they're starting to stream expansion assets in. I wonder if they're starting to slowly throw them in there. Because they do this before an expansion. They actually put stuff in your client before launch. So that launch itself is just the flicking of a switch. And it means that they don't have server downtime and all queuing and nasty stuff. They can actually have a nice, comfortable kind of opener. So I wonder, but that would mean data mining is starting to open up. Hopefully they've encrypted the story stuff. I wonder what Shaman's found at this point. And maybe some of the more unethical miners. I recall there being a big gate in the trailer that has a circular ruin behind it. I believe that's Ferndale. And it was hellish to go through in hard mode. Yeah, Ferndale is one of those rough ones. Lise rocking that VV looks. Liz rocking it. Yeah, I know, right? She looks so good. I'll tell you what, all right. I'm no joke here. I think that my current appearance for Liz is cooler than any other appearance I've ever had for her. It's not quite what you're looking at on screen there. That's a little bit out of date. But I've got a new version where she's like super black magey. She's got like a shadowy cape. She's like got all the cloth, the swinging robes. She's got like a little bit of smoke. And all of her mounts look good. All-time favorite Liz outfit I've got now. I love the way Liz looks. Every time I log into Guild Wars, I'm like, I really love the way my character looks. And I sort of just... I wish there was something more meaningful for me to play on her. I know there's Season of the Dragon, which we'll be doing in a minute, undoubtedly. But I always look at that and I'm like, man, I wish I could have a little bit more. That's your favorite shoulder piece? I think that shoulder piece was a little bit, yeah. I'm happy to have swapped to the other one. I mean, you might argue that Liz, really, the look is for a Necro. Like, if I had a Necro Asura, I should probably make it look like Liz. But, whatever, I'll do it on an Elementalist. It's just as cool to me. WP, do you think they'll try to add some more side story beats in End of Dragons that attempt to salvage or sweep the Icebrood saga under the rug somehow? As much as they can sweep it, considering what it represents anyway. No, I don't think they'll ever try to sweep it aside. I don't think they're going to retcon it. I hope... I don't know because the studio might be really proud of Dragonstorm. They might think it's hot shit. I mean, they made it. And there's an army of people out there who will tell them it's the best thing ever. Who will tell them that, no, don't worry, it doesn't have to be any better. It's a free patch, so whatever. They'll tell them that, it's pretty and cinematic and it was a repeatable meta, so fine. They'll tell them I skipped the story anyway, so it's fine. They'll tell them that the blockbuster narrative, I just want to be a badass. I just want to fight dragons, and you let me fight dragons, so it's a cool patch. They'll tell them stuff like that. There's an army of people who are fine with Dragonstorm. It's not a fact that Dragonstorm's bad. I mean, I know that I've got my own little echo chamber here, but the truth is that it's not a fact. And ArenaNet made the patch. They forced the patch out on a short timescale to do a fucking marionette release. What does that tell you? That's either crazy... That tells me they might like it, all right? I don't want to get too ranty here, but that tells me that they might like it. So are they going to sweep it under the rug or whatever? What, because some whiny twats made videos about it? No. I think that it's the story, and they'll go with it. So... I don't know, man. I mean, look, if they do look at it like I do and they think it was wanting in some ways, maybe they're passionate about rounding it out a bit more. And in that case, hopefully we'll see some stuff. If you watch my YouTube channel, I did some discussion about Ellen Keel in a video earlier. I mean, pause this stream, go look at it if you like. And I was talking about how I really like Ellen Keel being used in the prologue. I'm still patching, by the way. I really liked how Ellen Keel was being used in the prologue for... Path of Fire, because because it's just like kind of a nice springboard, and it's a nice moment to take a breath and assess what's going on. And I mentioned that, you know, they've talked openly that prologue act of Path of Fire was supposed to be a bit longer and have like more stuff going on. I mentioned in my video, well, End of Dragons might be able to do that. They might be able to have a lengthier sequence with Ellen Keel. A sequence where I think the original plan for Path of Fire was that there was actually a good amount of content around Corteria. Like, you weren't just in Lion's Arch the whole time, you were kind of bouncing around a few Corteria locales. And that's cool as fuck to me. That was really cool. Now, if in End of Dragons they can pull that off, there's a lengthy prologue, right? And we're bouncing around Corteria and they can do the full thing. Now, if they manage to do that, then that's a perfect opportunity, isn't it? To look at some of those Icebrood Saga topics and, you know, maybe round them out a bit. So if they're like me and they do think it was a bit wanting, maybe they have opportunities in End of Dragons. That said, you're not going to see them completely remove it or whatever. I don't think so. WP, is Liss your first character in Guild Wars 2? No. My first character is actually a Mesmer, who was made in the image of my Guild Wars 1 Mesmer. I mained Mesmer in the original game. And so I picked it up in the sequel, and I really didn't enjoy it. Open World Mesmer was quite boring to me. So, oh man, that's just made me realize my video doesn't really talk about most fun to least fun for leveling. I need to edit that. I need to add that. That's got to be a section. Shit, I don't want that video to get any longer though. Maybe I can do it as a follow-up video. I might do it as a follow-up video. All right, let's get in game. I love this potato cam. It's got two looks. The red circle's for a mouth or it's a nose. I can't tell what one you were looking at there, unfortunately. So I don't know. Yeah, I know you guys see a black screen. Hold on. I'm just got to toggle you into Guild Wars 2. And yeah, speaking of Liss, let's play as her. And let's turn the audio on. I've got it muted for some reason. Speaking of Icebrood Saga, should we do Dragonstorm? Speaking of Dragonstorm, might be fun to do it. Open World Mesmer's a pain, especially with how clones interact with trash mobs. Yeah, exactly. I do want to offer some advice about like first character to play as far as leveling difficulty. I think I'll do that as a follow-up video. That's a perfect follow-up video. I can put on the end slate. Okay, guys, there's another topic I want to get involved in, but it's going to take way too long to talk about, so blah, blah, blah. Alright, I think that's a good thing to do. I get such bad lag in this map. My frame rate. Oh. Okay, so on the last stream, I was doing this. I haven't really played the game since, so we might as well just go back to Jahai and chop down some trees while we discuss when we talk about Cantha and what they might do. Do you guys want to do another gem giveaway as well? Roku, you there? Do you want to do one? WP, did you see that really rare town clothes tonics are available for 20 Black Lion statuettes? No, I didn't. Should we have a look at that? Oh my god, her inventory's clean. Her inventory's clean, guys.
No word on how many. We work together, we'll beat them back. Got complaints?
How is it already messed up this much already, by the way? What the fuck?
We'll want squads on each entrance.
Oh, look at that inventory.
If there's one thing I learned.
No, the giveaway isn't on just yet. There you go. Okay, the raffle's begun. All right, guys, you got 180 seconds to get into chat and type !join. There'll probably be a chant you can just click. You'll get in for a gem giveaway. If you're a sub, you get double luck. So if you've just done that and you're tabbed in anyway, if you've got Amazon Prime or if you just want to sub normally, I'm really trying to make a bigger go of Twitch lately. So if you guys want to support that in any way, please do feel free to. And if you want to be, you know, sort of throw your support towards Guild Wars coverage versus Final Fantasy coverage or whatever, do consider that as well. Just anybody that subs, I mean, you get ads disabled, all that kind of stuff. There might be a risk an ad comes up like during the show later, and that would kind of suck. So if you want to be 100% sure they're getting disabled, you can use Prime for that. So thank you to anybody who considers doing that. And I'll tell you what as well, I have a little sub goal as well of getting to 700. So if we get that on the stream, I'll do a big gem giveaway. So every time someone subs, I think you can see how close we get. Yeah, so Reedy, Sneech Piffle, Hero of Time Ken, thanks everybody. Okay, what's going on with the statuettes? I have 103 apparently. Some tonics. Thunderhorse Staff I don't have. 60 statuettes though. Not worth. Mini spooky mounts, I already have those. That's done. Let me check, by the way. Oh, my mail is full again. Yeah, we do have space in Spud, by the way, guys. Just so that you know, what I'm doing with Spud at the moment is I'm trying to influx it as much as possible. Once End of Dragons comes out, we're going to have 1,000 people. There'll be 500 in each branch. And so we're going to have really active guilds. And hopefully it'll be lots of fun. So you can easily make parties, you can play all the content. You're going to have Spud in a really active, good place. But here's the thing, I keep recruiting for it. And people join, and then they just go AFK and they stop playing. So then they get kicked, and then we recruit again. And what's happening is we're slowly boiling down into like a really, really strong core of super active people playing Guild Wars 2, right? So if you're interested in a really active guild, and you think you're going to be an active player, just go for an invite. You can go to Discord to figure out how to get in. It's free. There's no team fee or anything like that. Just go to Discord and you'll see how to get in. Alright, what's going on here? Finishers. They've still not done a single new finisher, right? Did they discontinue the whole idea? Griffins. Some mounts which I have. Die kits. Outfits. Ah, here you are. I think I already have all of these. Yeah, I do. Oh, of course I do. I know I have all the outfits. There's a few that I don't have. Alright, well, there you have it. That's cool. That's a good catch-up mechanism for people, for sure. Right, so what are we doing? We're doing crops, ores. We're probably doing all three, actually, on Jahai here. I like this. This is my favourite map, so I'm well happy to be playing it. I mean, look at how cool this is. Look at this cool fucking mount. Oh. Jahai, during the day, on list, with all of her awesome fucking mounts. Oh, this makes me happy. Look at this. I'm so at peace and so happy playing Guild Wars when I'm on air at the moment. I never used to care about this stuff, but just riding around feeling like an actual badass because I've got a cool gear set really is actually meaningful to me now. You still want your gem store reviving skins? You want to revive people by poking them with a stick? Yeah, that's a really good idea. Waypoints and revivals. They're both really good. I should do a video on that. Like new reward opportunities for the game that keeps the game exciting, because I really think it needs to be all right. When it comes to like pushing people into strike missions and stuff, it has to be all right. Why am I doing this? Would you guys do like Doom CM if it meant you got a revive skin no one else had? The only way to get it was from Doom CM. Would that be enough of an encouragement, or does it have to be like legendary armor? What do you guys think? You wouldn't do that? What about waypoints? Waypoint skins. Would you do... let's say that there's a waypoint skin where you pull out a fucking scythe and you shatter the waypoint when you arrive or something. Or as you're TPing away, you do... Doom rises from the depths and he reaps you and then you disappear. And that's your waypoint skin, you know, every time you use a waypoint. But the only way to get it is by doing Doom CM. Would that be good enough incentive for you guys? Mounts make you careless about the waypoint thing. You still use them though, right? Both systems are at play. No, it'd create even more visual noise that ruins the game even further. Alright, so let me ask you then. Toxie Foxy, what do you want as a reward? If it's not a pretty... I mean, the thing is, right? I think a waypoint animation is allowed to be noisy. Because people don't stand there spamming waypoints. You know, you'd have a little thing so that people can't stand under a waypoint spamming the animation, right? You'd have that. Let's take that as red, right? But people have to spend money to use waypoints and stuff. They're not all... You don't see them all the time. You know, one of the things I like about Final Fantasy is you actually commune with an Aetherite. You actually channel these things, and you see there's a little animation there. I quite like that. You know, maybe for your client's perspective, you have an option, which means you hit the loading screen instantly. Because you are talking about adding a delay now. You know. But I think that's a good point. That's a good idea, isn't it? Watch me spam waypoints right now. What do you guys think is better, the waypoint idea or the revive idea? Now, the revive idea is like, okay, that's a combat thing that's going to get culled in big zergs and stuff. That one, maybe visual noise is a bit more of a problem. You guys think the revives are better? Really? Wow. I think that the waypoint's better. I waypoint way more than I revive people. Any random play session, I'll probably waypoint, what, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times? How often do I revive someone? How often can you sit and look at someone arriving at a waypoint? No, no, no. It's not about arriving. It's about leaving. It's like here, for example, I open the map. I'm going to waypoint to the reclaimed chantry. Instead of this instant loading screen, the map closes and I watch Liss teleport away. However, wait for it, there's an option that allows you to instantly hit the loading screen anyway. So you don't lose efficiency. But meanwhile, you are satisfied with the fact people are still watching the animation play, even though you still hit the loading screen instantly. Something like that. So it's not an efficiency loss. The other thing is maybe just everyone has like a default waypoint animation now and everyone gets the delay. That's what the waypoint thing is. So yeah, so like basically, if you think about all the mail carriers, all of these kind of work as waypoints. Really, get carried away by a bird. Okay, maybe the Hounds of Balthazar doesn't quite work. Get carried away in a seed pod. I don't know. This might make people not excited anymore because some of these might be a bit lame. But you get the idea, right? A balloon carries you away. Doom reaps you, whatever. It's just, you know, there's got to be something. See, because here's the thing for me. The Doom Throne, I'm not actually sure I was that excited about as an exclusive reward from the CM. What do you guys think? Are chairs enough? Let's say strike CMs, right? Are chairs enough? Look, the big ticket one is obviously mount skins. I know, but ArenaNet's not given any suggestion they're actually interested in that. What's better, guys? Type in one sentence. Rank them for me. Chairs, waypoints, or revives? Revive animations. That's weird. Someone actually mistyped the word aim armor. They typed it as Amos, and apparently that hit the racist filter. Waypoint best, revive second, chair third. That's how I feel. Revive best, waypoint second, chair third. You like the chairs? Revive, waypoint, ... chair. So why are chairs so bad though? Because I get it. I'm not that excited about chairs either. But imagine chairs didn't exist yet and we were having this conversation. Would chairs sound exciting? I'm just wondering, do these things sound cooler than they actually are? Why would I care about someone seeing a waypoint animation that I've left already and never get to see? What do you mean never get to see? What are you not understanding? That would be an option, as in you have the choice. You could see it yourself. Are you telling me you're so desperately efficiency-minded that you can't countenance the idea of having an option that allows you to see an animation you earn? It's impossible. If the option's there and it's efficient to do it, everything else doesn't exist. God, I hate MMO players when it comes to that. God. I would like this class-specific changes as rewards, like a different flesh golem skin. However, this is way too much work. It's not just too much work, but it's also crap because people view the game in terms of having a main or a character they're currently interested in. So you only hit 1/9 of the user base with that. Let's say they do a flesh golem skin. Only people who are currently into Necro are really enthusiastic about that. So even if you have someone who's like, I'm a Necro main, but I don't play it anymore because I don't like the current balance, or I don't play minions because of the current balance, or I'm more into something else right now, then they're not going to do it. And the problem is, you might say, well, later they'll become a Necro main again and they'll buy it at that point. But people kind of don't retroactively go back to that stuff. It kind of mostly matters when you first release a thing. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that's a risky one. It's cool. In a perfect world, I'd like it, but we're obviously talking about a resource-strained studio here, trying to get the best out of their developments. Look at this map, man. Oh. What about new death animations? I think that's a cool idea as well. Death animations? There's already multiple death animations in the game. Death animations are kind of like finishers, right? You can almost just have them as the current finishers as a death animation. When I /GG, it already plays for finishers, so maybe they've kind of ruined that already. Maybe they screwed the pooch there. Maybe they would make a whole new infrastructure for it and formalize it or something. Finishers no longer trigger when you GG. Instead, it's your death animation that triggers. Something like that. Oh, yeah, and there are some minor ones as well, like the Queen Bee. I haven't had a Queen Bee for years, but back when I used to produce footage with a Queen Bee. By the way, just so that everyone knows, this is meaningful gameplay. I'm trying to gather stuff as I go. When you take full damage or when you die, it creates a splat around you. The full damage thing's probably a lot less interesting since gliding and mounts, but hey. Why is Jahai your favorite map? For as much as it fucked with the stakes of the story and probably went too big without diving in properly, the whole disintegration of reality stuff I thought was amazing. I love the area where you go back to ore. This is ore, guys. What the fuck? In its prime. And this crazy place and the mystery question mark place and the death branded shatter is actually a really badass event. And it's a desert map. I really like desert maps. I think they're cool. The brand is beautiful. This is like some of the coolest areas of the brand. It's got a great meta event with a really badass reward. It has a super expensive skin that drops from the Argon Garrison event as well, the Eye of Argon. Super pricey shield, really rare shield. It has all the dialogue stuff, like when you walk near an NPC, it triggers the dialogue, so it's easy to understand. This area here, around the Venta Pass, feels like Guild Wars 1, but also is one of the most graphically beautiful areas I've ever seen in Guild Wars. Like, look at this. The interdimensional events that appear as well, the bubbles. But, I mean, look at these cliffs and stuff. The tornadoes. This map is a masterclass in Guild Wars 2. This is the best map in the game. All right, if I ever do a map tier list, Jahai's at the top. What's not to like about Jahai? And it came tied with the Sunspear Sanctuary stuff, which is like its whole own other feature. This is like the apex predator of maps. There's no such thing as a better map than this. It hits every single thing. It even has the amazing like time travel-y collection thing out here. Jahai is Jahai, not only that, but it connects to Vabi existing maps, and it connects to another living world map with a portal. It's seamlessly integrated. Jahai is the best thing ever. Jahai, there's nothing wrong with Jahai. There's everything right with Jahai. Jahai has bounties and reused that cool fucking gem, Bloodstone rock creature as a bounty. Jahai had the Commando Easter egg. Need I say more? What a map. Look, there's not a debate, guys. Some of you are typing in chat, oh, my favorite's Bura. I'm not. There is no other opinion. There is no other opinion. All right? It's only Jahai. And if you're not in Camp Jahai now, you may as well just leave the stream. I mean, look at this. I love this map. So, yeah, I'm going to indulge in gathering this stuff. Queensdale is better. Look, I have nostalgia and stuff. To be fair, right, like the flow of the game while you're leveling up and the progression phases of the game are, oh, here we go. Woodland Bluffs, we got it. Are something quite special to me. Oh, we're doing a Tato Horse chant. Oh, that's quite interesting. If you're a sub on that chant, you actually get the emote. If you're not, you don't. Okay, guys, can I just say, below where it says send a message, there's a potato icon. As you've been watching the stream, you've been gathering this currency, potatoes, and you can spend it to redeem stuff. If you click that, it says choose an emote. You can take any of my emotes for like no price at all. That's as cheap as I can make it. And you can unlock any of them without even being a sub. So you guys have the freedom to do that. There you go, return to Jahai. We've got Crop Harvester there. So now we just need ores. So if you want to do the Tato High Horse, you can unlock that for yourself, and you can try it again. If you're not a sub, if you don't have Prime or anything. I know that the smart thing to do probably is to not have that available so that you get more subs or whatever, but fuck it. I've been going through the story as a new player, and there's a distinctive quality change that felt really good at Jahai. There is, right? I mean, I feel like this map doesn't get the respect it deserves. I can't give such an impassioned speech about many other maps in the game. Auric Basin, probably. Auric Basin is also S tier, okay? And I don't think you'll find many people who dispute that one. This one's easy to miss because it's in Living World. And Living World isn't a very good format to express such quality stuff. Poor Living World, man. This was Guild Wars at its best. And people just generally weren't following along. I really think they need to make some changes after End of Dragons. How might I get up there? Even my sky scale is fucking cool. Look how cool my sky scale is. Oh, I'm like a Nazgul. I'm so cool, man. Alright, whatever. Yeah, you're damn right it's edgy. It's all good, baby. It's not just a cool skin, but it's the dyes, guys. It's the dyes. Like, even up here, you know, you come to a random place like this and there's these special spiders, the canyon spiders, which you don't often find in the game. They've got, like, the more spindly legs and stuff. And, can I say, in the main story of this patch as well, aside from the dimensional stuff, you have the brilliant opening instance with the raptor ride. You have the amazing, I think the spider stuff, the sanctuary is pretty good. And you have the cool cutscene at the end with Aureen's fractals of her death and stuff. I mean, that's cool too. But it's more the map that I want to compliment rather than the whole patch. You really are a Necro main at heart? I don't know. I'm more enthusiastic about making Liss look edgy than I am about having someone who's edgy look edgy. I don't know why. But I'm not too into, like, fashion and stuff on actual Necros. I just like kind of the Black Mage thing. I don't know. I think I'm a Dark Knight at heart. I wish that Rev was more Dark Knight-y. In my video, actually, my new player guide video, I actually have a whole conversation in there about how good Rev is because it's not just a Dark Knight. And I don't want people to miss out on that fact, you know. I want people to know that there's Ventari in it and that there's Jarlis in it and stuff. So I have a whole thing where I'm kind of complimenting it for being rounded out. But overall, for some reason, Rev just hasn't quite clicked for me. The closest it's got is playing Power Mace with all those searing fissures and stuff. I have enjoyed that, but yeah. Guardian is closer to becoming a Dark Knight than a Rev. Yeah, I mean, like I said, that antonym spec, the idea of having a Dark Knight Guardian, corrupted ideals, I think that's brilliant. I think that works really well. Do you know what I also realized on my video? Again, I'm talking so much about a video you guys haven't even seen. When this new player guide comes out, you guys will have to watch it. But I also say that basically there's 9 classes and they cover all the major archetypes in the game. Except one big one. There's probably one big archetype that that a new player looks at on that list and they're not satisfied by. It's not there. Can anyone tell me what they think that is? What is the big missing? There is a big hole. It's based on some of the gameplay philosophy and design. And I'll give you a big hint. Trinity design. Someone in chat there says tank. I don't think tank's fair because I think warrior thematically hits those ideals, and I think guardian thematically hits those ideals. Tank is not fair. You're thinking gameplay. I'm talking theme. Cleric, priest. There you go. That's it. Yeah. There's not like a caster. There's not like a mate. There's not an immediately evident like backline caster healer like a cleric or a priest. Exactly. Those are the 2 words I use in the video as well. It's not there. It's like, okay, so you can kind of be a guardian, but you're then forced to be like this frontline dude. You do get the holy magic, but you're basically going to be like a paladin. Sorry, you can't really be a caster. You might want to consider druid, but even then, you're medium armor. You have a pet. It's astrology and celestial stuff. It's not like a holy, like, caster type thing. So anyway, I say that in my video, and I think that's a very fair point. Now, why am I saying that now? Well, talking about antonym specs, a Guardian that gets corrupted into a Dark Knight. What about a Necromancer that gets flipped into... and there you have it. That's the thing, isn't it? Like a Seraph, like an Angelic, like a, you know, you have your backline healer. And now it gets weird because it's like, well, Scourge exists, which kind of covers that gameplay space already. So you know what I think they could do? If I had any control at the studio, I would probably go for all those things I just said. And what I would do, I know we all think of Scourge as a support and as a healer. I'd actually kill those sides of it. I'd kill that. What I would make Scourge is I would make it ranged area condi. That's the big thing it cares about. I'd lean into totems, territory control, burning, condi, range. That's the fantasy for Scourge. The fantasy for Ranger is the reverse. It's melee power damage. And Harbinger is melee condi damage. So I think you can fiddle and Harbinger's, you know, corruption and stuff too. Scourge is more... I would refine the corruptive elements of Scourge away. I'd make it more about burning. I'd make it about might and about, you know, area. And I'd have Harbinger more solo, more melee, and they're both condi spaces. But now you don't have like a healer on the Scourge, and you make space for the Seraph, the Angel, the Priest, the whatever. And so maybe that works, but I don't know. I mean, in a way, it's kind of a whole 10th profession, really. It would still be weird to say to a new player, hey, play the Necro if you want to be a priest, because it gets it late. I mean, that's still kind of weird. But I mean, I think WoW players are kind of familiar with that, with the whole Shadow Priest thing, right, aren't they? And yeah, Spectre... Like, look at this! Look at this! It actually genuinely does feel a bit like a snowy map right now. Oh, it's just so good, man. This fucking map. What about a music class? You're still waiting for a Bard Minstrel? I think there's a lot of elements of that in the Mesmer, especially when you look at like the concept art for inspiration and stuff. And look, don't ask me why, but they sort of half did it with the Virtuoso. I think Virtuoso should be much more about magic. I think they should just kill away. If it's the name they love and the song thing they love, then go much more about songs. Kill all the Mind Blade stuff. Kill the Scion stuff. Remove all of that from the theme. Make it all about magic. Actually have our character sing and dance. You know, I don't want to talk about Final Fantasy XIV too much, but anyone who's following my project there, you know, I'm comparing it to Guild Wars constantly. And in that game, they added a dancer class to one of their expansions. I'm about to get to it, the Shadowbringers expansion. I just watched a CGI trailer of this dancer, right, where they show off the new profession. And what's the dancer doing? It's fucking dancing! It's doing what it says on the tin. The Virtuoso isn't, like, actually playing instruments, is it? It's not actually, like... And it feels like they're trying to wiggle through it. Oh, a Virtuoso doesn't have to be music. Yeah, but you called it Virtuoso because you want the music thing, right? You called it Blade Songs because you want the music thing, right? But you're not going to do anything animation-wise. It's not even like they have to make animations. You can play instruments in Guild Wars 2. They can do stuff like that, you know? Let's get that on screen and demo it. Novelties. A loot. Why not? I'll use my loot. Look. I'm actually strumming. Put this shit on. Give me a phantasmal loot. You know? I have a phantasmal loot and I can... You reuse the animations if you have to. You're doing it everywhere else. I just don't understand. I don't understand. And by the way, I know that I've got at least one viewer who's like really mad at my opinions about the Virtuoso because I'm missing the point or something that I can't remember. I was given a wall of text a few days ago that I'm missing the point about the Virtuoso, but so maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. So I'll just leave it there. Oh, here we go. There's some mining ore over there. Honestly, I really hope... I mean, I don't know, man. I was interested how in Extra Life they didn't talk much about the elite specs. Do you know what I really want? I just want to see... I want to see them gut some of this shit. I want to see beta 4 for the elite specs. I want them to be like, yeah, it was a misfire, the Virtuoso. We're redoing it. It's a different name. or it's either a different name or it's a totally different like play style. Just redo it. And I don't know, you guys might really dislike some of the other ones. Maybe you see that. I would love to see that shit. WP out for blood. I want End of Dragons to do well. I want the game to do well. How long is it going to be before we get more elite specs? What if they fucking kill elite specs after this? These have to be good. I hope they redo the catalyst. I reckon that one's actually salvageable. I think people don't see it, but it's salvageable. I don't know. You've seen my tier list. Wait, you can have blades and music. Just call it the Yondu from Guardians of the Galaxy. The Yondu. Is that what the class should be? Honestly, the only unique spec is Spectre. Well, that was the most transformative one in terms of gameplay. I'll agree with you there. It's really hard to find mining nodes in this map, I'm now noticing. That's quite interesting. By the way, I do also have a badass roller beetle. I have the armadillo. All right, Rocker, do you want to do another giveaway? Do you want to try the follow only thing, though? So do exactly the same, but in order to type a message in chat, people have to follow. So therefore, what it basically means is follow to join. I don't know if he's actually still there. He might be listening away for a second. And we can see how that goes.
Heard some golem's gonna dangle the shadow.
Looks prickly to ride. Don't back up. Why not a secondary profession like in Guild Wars 1? I'm not a believer in that at all. There's a whole conversation we can go on with that. I'm a bit nervous to have that conversation though, because people clearly love the double profession idea. Okay, yeah, all right, he's doing it. Okay, guys, so here's the thing. You can win 400 gems. This is the third one I've done, right? Because I've got to be careful. By the way, when you win these, I'm hoping that the names are being... Oh, shit. Actually, whoa, hold on. Is he typing the names to me? Oh, he is. Thank God. All right, look, when the stream's over, I'll distribute your gems, guys. I promise. Yeah, we've only done 2 so far. This is the third one. So, look, you can win gems. You know, buy stuff on the gem store. Get cool things. Turn it into gold. Whatever you want. The way this works is you've just got to type in chat whatever the code is. So, keep an eye out. And but the thing is, you have to follow for this one. You won't be able to use chat unless you're a follower. So, and I can set that bit up, I think. Damn it! Every time I look away. Oh, did that work? Is that follow? Are we in follower only mode or no? Yeah, oh we are. Wow, Jesus Christ, that's a lot of people typing. So there you go. What following does, just for what it's worth, is it just allows you to get notifications whenever I go live. Is that a bit self-interested? I don't know. But so yeah, just click follow and then do your exclamation mark join. Or literally you could just click that button chant and then you're in. On top of that, if you're a sub, double chance to win. Shit. That's just nuked chat. I was about to look for questions and stuff. Okay, once that's over, guys... Post your messages to me. Because I don't know. We were in the middle of a ton of stuff, but I'm not going to be able to see that anymore. For what it's worth, by the way, the stream is starting in 20 minutes. I've woken up a lot now, by the way. I was feeling really sleepy, but now I've woken up a shit ton. And on top of that, I'm going to get some coffee and I'm going to put the heating on. So give me 1 second here. I just need to get Liz somewhere safely. While this giveaway's going on, it's a good time to do it. So yeah, I'll be back in just a moment. All right, guys, 1 second. I'm basically here. I just waiting for the kettle to boil. And yes, I know what you guys are thinking. Oh, but your sleep W. It's decaf. It's not. It's decaf. So there's always something creepy about those Asura idols that flash by. Oh, was my otter showing? I like that. I'm surprised nobody's really talking about the dude on the End of Dragons page. I see Timey's illness coming back up in the near future. Thoughts? Sorry, what dude? What dude? There you go. Congratulations to Phalar. You won the gems. Congratulations to Phalar. Man, alright, well, we're getting sucked in, so screw it. I guess we'll just go up. We don't speak of the dude? Yeah, what do you mean? Decaf? I thought you were making coffee. I have instant coffee mix. It's like Kenko decaf. When I say making coffee, what I mean is I'm boiling water in a kettle, and then I'm gonna pour it into a cup with powder in it, and then I'm gonna come back here. That's what it means. There you go. Orichalcum, very close to the tornado, but we're all right. Stairs in Coffee Snob. Yeah, well, you know, look, I was won around by Coffee Snobs about like 4 years ago, right here on Twitch. Right here on Twitch. Oh, WP, real coffee. So I started doing it. I started buying like actual grind and stuff. And I used like one of these French press things. And I'll tell you what, it wasn't that great. It was mostly just messy. BRB. Oh, damn it. No. Oh. For Christ's sake. Oh, I hate this map. This map's so stupid. You can't stand still without mobs everywhere. It's the worst map they ever made. Oh. Literally, out of every patch, this is the worst one. WP, when was the golden age of Guild Wars 2? Yeah, you kind of got a response from someone in chat there, but and they're totally right. I think it was Season 3. Well, okay, do you want like real dates, hardcore dates? Now I can do that because of the oh, I lost my tabs. Ah! Oh, where's my tabs? Here we go. All right, this here, if you guys come to this spreadsheet is the release timelines of all the Guild Wars 2 patches and all the Final Fantasy patches compared. So for our purposes, we're not really looking at the Final Fantasy bit. But you can see like when Final Fantasy went down as an MMO and what ArenaNet and Guild Wars did in the meantime and so on. So I would view the golden age of Guild Wars, okay, as starting with, I think it was the 21st of November 2016. Okay, so what that means here is we're at Rising Flames. Going into Cracking the Ice. Now that's where I actually think the Golden Age starts. See, Heart of Thorns was pretty good, but there was a big content drought after. And as great as the raid releases were, the raid releases kind of come in this little section here. As great as they were, they really alienated a lot of the game, the rest of the player base. The devs weren't putting out other content in the meantime. I had a ton of fun there, but Guild Wars was in a turbulent time for that. For the 3 raid wings, depending on certain players' expectations and beliefs, they'll call that the Golden Age, right? And certainly you might want to call it the Golden Age of raiding. But as far as the broad game's concerned and community discourse and enthusiasm and stuff, that was actually a bad time, okay? Then Out of the Shadows came out, which was an okay patch, but not very big, and, you know, a little bit waffly in some ways. Then Ember Bay came out, which was very good. I really liked Ember Bay. You know, the Chalice of Tears was pretty good and so on. But also came with a few letdowns for me. The new format of Living World Season 3 was just starting to unfold. I was pretty let down about the Ring of Fire Islands, to be honest with you guys. If I could make one change to Season 3, I never would have had either of these maps. I would have kept the Ring of Fire as like a full expansion region that you go to later. I think they were underutilized. The magic was lost. I think they could have been done later. You know, there were no high... There was a lot of stuff. I like the map. They're not bad maps, all right? And as far as like Living World maps go, they're not bad either. But this was like a whole big thing. They could have done something much better with Ritlock's story with Sahothin. I would have sort of put it a lot more about that. They could have done more with the Onyx Gate. They could have more accurately implemented the environments and stuff. So, look, generally speaking, I'm not a big fan. But they were pretty good patches. And then, right as we segue out of Rising Flames into Crack in the Ice, I think Season 3 really hit its stride. I think the player base knew what to expect. The devs were demonstrating real competence with those patches. I personally had the most fun I've ever had in a single patch of Crack in the Ice. The Nightmare Fractal came out, so there was a good balance of endgame as well as regular stuff. The idea of legendaries coming in with the releases was still really captivating to people at the time. You know, people were really going for Shusha-Do. There were like fun food consumables and stuff. Yeah, there were problems with the story, but the map itself was really captivating and really exciting. This was an excellent patch for all things Guild Wars. A really, really good patch. And then what came straight after Crack in the Ice? Fucking Bastion. My favorite raid at all. And there you had like fractals actively coming in, raids actively coming in. Bastion wasn't too late after the original 3 Wings as well, so it all felt really good. And then Ahead of the Snake came out, Flashpoint, One Path End. It was all really regular into a full-blown goddamn expansion, which was an excellent expansion. I view Path of Fire very, very highly. One of the reasons I'm really excited about End of Dragons is because I honestly think Path of Fire was a masterclass in a lot of stuff. And then it segued out into Season 4 with almost little break. So, and then I think the Golden Age starts to sort of come to a close as Season 4 goes along. As Raid Wings start becoming really sort of more rare than people wanted. As Fractals and difficult Fractals become rarer than people wanted. They hit hard with Daybreak. There was a Fractal in there. But it starts to collapse. And I mean, and I think the story itself was at an all-time high. Jahai is here. This is All or Nothing. This is Jahai. Starter Guide. This is Jahai. But, you know, in terms of my coverage and my burnout with the game and how much I was personally enjoying it and playing it, I did start to wean off a bit. All or Nothing had a controversial story moment with Aurene coming back to life. I happen to think that was all done really well. But just as I did before with the raid stuff, I think you have to view the whole community. People were kind of burned by that to a certain degree. But these were really good patches, I thought. The whole Kraukatoric arc, it's all fantastic. I did a lore recap of these just very recently. And I think the Golden Age ended with War Eternal. Which still, you know, we were easing out of the Golden Age, I would say. Probably somewhat after Long Live the Lich. There was still some really phenomenal storytelling and really brilliant maps here. But we're easing out. And then after War Eternal, it's time for Shadowbringers, baby. Oh, we're going to have the best expansion, right? You know, Final Fantasy, who gives a fuck about that game? Guild Wars is where it's at. Guild Wars is always where it's been at. We've got Shadowbringers. Here comes the... Oh, wait, what's this about? A layoff? And then Silence, and then the Icebridge Saga, and many years since now. And the Golden Age ended with that. So that's my opinion on the Golden Age of Guild Wars 2. I don't really know how you can argue around what I just said there either, but hey. And it's not that the Icebridge Saga is entirely bad. I actually think there's a lot of really great stuff in there too. But obviously, things did not go according to plan. The biggest meme is ArenaNet doing meaningful character deaths on some convention right before Aurene came back to life. Well, I don't think that is a joke, though. I think that if you've written this big, complicated story that's all about making people emotional about Aurene dying, I mean... There's a lot of tools, there's a lot of stuff at play there that you can talk expertly about. The fact that then you later intend to bring the character back and that had always been true, that's sort of inconsequential to me. I don't know, the Aurene death arc is weird for me because to me, alright, it was pretty fucking transparent Aurene was coming back. Like, if you were really following the story, if you were thinking about established concepts and stuff that had happened both in Guild Wars 1 and 2 where you know, death is but a thing, everything they'd set up with Aurene and all that, it was very clear, guys. And the Joko Lich theories were all very common. People kind of understood that might be there. It was very clear that this wasn't a true death, and they were never planning on doing a true death. So when she came back, I wasn't like outraged. I wasn't like, oh, they don't have the balls. I think they do have balls. They had balls to knowingly go into that whole idea and do the rug pull from the start. They have balls. They're just not the balls you thought they had. You know? These ones hang a bit lower and they're a bit hairier or whatever. You know, it's just a slightly different flavor of balls. But they had them, and I respect the story they went for. I really do. I think they did brilliant with it. So, I don't know. It's bizarre to me to think of someone who simultaneously claims to be so into the story Aurene dying mattered to them, but also wasn't into the story enough to see the wood from the trees. Do you know what I mean? It's like, were you really that into the story? Why do you care that much? You clearly weren't following it that closely, mate. That's kind of how I feel with all of that. Maybe that's arrogant of me. Alright, oh my god, fuck me. It's 5 minutes till the stream starts. Holy shit. It's 5 minutes. Oh my god, I feel like we've only just logged in. Oh god, okay, here we go. Alright, I've got to get their stream up. Are they live, guys? Are they on the timer? Okay, let's see. Guild Wars 2 Twitch. Can you please not attack me? Alright. So here we go. See, I'm not doing this one with boots this time, so you guys will find I'm a bit chiller and a bit more quiet. Because it's not juggling a conversation with me and chat and me and boots and watching and interpreting a stream. It's just me enjoying a stream here, really. So, Guild Wars 2 at Twitch. Alright, yeah, they're up. They have 200 viewers. And they've got 5 minutes on the countdown. Isn't that quite low? Everybody knows it's coming, don't they? Alright. Now, browser. Oh, I've already got it set up. Well, fuck me. Oh, the music. Oh, there you go. We got it set. Oh my god, this is easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Okay, so, just to be clear, you guys do hear it, don't you? So my question here is, where are you hearing it from? Have I fucked something up? Because you can hear it even though I've turned the source off. Right, well, let's just mute Guild Wars 2. And, yeah, we got them on in the background. I'm just scared that I'm going to double up, but I don't think I am. I think we've got it. Oh, it sounds good, doesn't it? All right, guys, so here's how this is going to work. I'm going to show you the stream. I'm going to interpret it as it goes. I'm really excited. Oh, God. I want to see an Oni. Oh, we should do a prediction. We should do a prediction. What should we do, though, for the stream? So this will be, like, quite a long one. What do you guys want to predict might be there? And we can bet our potatoes. I should have set up a bingo board. Yeah, I could have, I suppose. With Oni on it. Oh, we get a bit of combat music in the background there. Playable Tengu. No, no, no. Kurzicks, yay or nay? Do you know what I'm quite excited about as well, guys? Just the, Oh, and by the way, should we do one more gem giveaway? Let's do one more gem giveaway right here at the start. Okay, so we got a few minutes left. Rocker, do you want to do that? One more. Right before we begin. Yeah, and you know what I'm really excited about? I'm excited about the idea of... no, not yet, Mr. Modius. Oh my god. Don't do that. They're actually going to go mental. You're going to trigger a false train. I'm excited just to see the dynamic events. Followers or subs only? I don't want to do subs only. That's a bit... Let's not do subs only. We could do a follower one, though, if you want. Where is Boots? Boots is currently driving to the airport to pick up his parents. So, unfortunately, he's not with us today. Let's see how long we got. 1 minute 40. 1 minute 40. Here you go, guys. There's going to be a giveaway. Yeah, I'm just excited to see the events, because I loved that event where it had the mount pulling the boxes and stuff, and, you know, like, picking up the different crates. I honestly thought that was really cool, and I'm interested to see what else they might do. I wonder if they have more tutorials and stuff as well, like we saw on the original map, because I think just, like, break bars as a part of hearts and stuff should be a regular occurrence throughout the expansion. I think that'd be so cool. As for a prediction... Alright, I'm going to do the Oni thing, because fuck it. Okay, I'm going to start a prediction here, guys. Will we see the Oni? Alright? So, yes or no, you have 15 minutes to guess. And you can gamble potatoes and probably win a lot, okay? So, spend your potatoes on yes or no with the prediction there. And look, if you guess right and other people guess wrong, you will win their potatoes. And you can use those potatoes to work towards VIP or whatever. If we don't see one, it doesn't mean it's not there. Now, my gut says that there probably won't be one. My guess is to say no. But that might mean if you bet potatoes on yes, you end up winning a lot. So, who knows? My gut is that there won't be there, but you never know. And I want to see one. I want to see one real bad. Alright, I'm going to go to character select here as well. And this is it. It's starting up. Ho, 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 ho. Give me advice on audio balance as well. What's VIP? It kind of gives you all the privileges of mod without actually being one. Hi, Driss. Thanks very much for the sub. Much appreciated. As long as you can hear me and them. How do you add potatoes to your vote? I don't know. I don't know. You've got 15 minutes to figure out, though. Oh, you're a hype train conductor. Congratulations. All right, so they're starting with a trailer. Starting with the trailer like normal. Where danger and chaos reign. And good luck in that giveaway there, guys. Last chance. I think it's still going on. All right.
Hi, Tyria. Happy Friday, and welcome to Guild Chat.
Hiya!
I'm your host, Ruby, and for those of you in the audience who thought my tattoos were all gone, you are mistaken. I am very slowly getting rid of them.
Oh, I guess that's from Extra Life.
Hanging in there. Extra Life last weekend was super interesting. Thanks to all of you who participated. So we are loving the reactions that we've seen from all of you to our Echovald Wilds video that we shared with you earlier this week, and it's got us really excited to show you even more in our Echovald Wilds map tour today. Two quick things before we get started and jump in. This is a work in progress. We're taking you behind the scenes.
Yeah. It's going to be whip. We know. By the way, guys, Twitch is trying to play ads at the moment. I'm serious. If you're not a sub, you'll get an ad. I'm trying to snooze it, but it is trying to play one.
We don't want to spoil everything for you. So we've hidden a lot from you to let you discover it in February once End of Dragons launches. So if things look a little bit quiet here and there, maybe look a little bit empty, it's because we have shoved them.
I don't like them opening the show to this. They shouldn't open with a disclaimer like this. It's like they're nervous or something. I don't like that.
Meet our first two developer guests, starting with Morgan. Hi.
Hello. Thank you for that lovely introduction, Ruby. I am Morgan Lockhart, and I am a senior writer here at ArenaNet, and I am the writer on Echovald Wilds.
Thank you. Kirk.
Hello. I'm Kirk Williford. I am a senior game designer at ArenaNet, and I am a content team lead on End of Dragons.
Awesome. All right, so Kirk, where are we starting today?
Sure. So we're actually starting in an area of the Echovald Wilds called Lake Lutgardus. This is an area that is reminiscent of a certain name from Guild Wars 1, that is House Lutgardus of the Kurzicks.
The Lutgardus Conservatory.
It's a very, very tall, very,
oh, nice. We get the camera look up immediately.
Lines, lots of verticality here. It's a beautiful space. And we're starting here because we're going to take a tour on our skiff here. We're going to go into our first
Oh yeah,
location
they
that
hid
we're
the
looking
mini-map.
at
They did hide the mini-map.
It's so beautiful.
It really is, yeah. Especially that shot of underwater there. So what we're doing is, in these forests, there's these big tree trunks, and some of them have some stuff in it that you can discover. This particular one is a giant tree trunk that just so happens to have a big village in it called Mori Village.
Oh, Mori Village.
What you'll quickly notice once we get in here is there are quite a few of the tengu in here.
I like this opening on the skiff.
Development environment.
You know what? While you're trying to get out of
I think he was just pressing the wrong button, wasn't he?
There are a whole lot of tengu. That is not a hint at playable tengu. Playable tengu are not a thing in End of Dragons.
Boom! High five! Oh, well done, Ruby.
Why there are so many here? So Morgan can address that.
Yes, thank you, Ruby. Anybody who's familiar with the story of Tengu in Guild Wars knows that they used to live.
Oh,
in
I'm so amazed that they did that. Good shit. Good damage control. Well done.
Unfortunately, when the Ministry of Purity took power, they drove them out along with the rest of the other non-humans.
It's because you look at the YouTube comments; they're mental. Look at the official channel's YouTube. Sorry,
this is in the Auric Basin. However, some of them did manage to stay in Cantha. A group known as the Kestrels led other Tengu to Echovald and taught them how to blend in with their environment, how to live off the land, and to evade the Ministry of Purity's forces. And so there have remained Tengu in Cantha. And when the Ministry of Purity fell, those Tengu were able to step out of hiding and establish Mori Village, which is their largest permanent settlement in Echovald. Some of them went other places. There's going to be Tengu in other parts of Cantha as well.
This is really good presentation right now, by the way.
Just were really excited to live in Echovald and stay in Echovald, decided to stay and found Mori Village. But they remain pretty distrustful of outsiders. They've obviously had a lot of bad experiences, and so they don't immediately welcome the player with open arms. They're not aggressive, but they're distrustful, which you can.
This is great. They've got one person playing, one person talking.
Totally.
They've got good ambient noise on, good camera work.
Mori Village, and the Tengu in Echovald and the Tengu in Cantha in general is the art team has done an incredible job of developing a unique look for them that is different than the Tengu in the rest of Tyria, right? You'll in this area alone, right? The Tengu here have their own sense of architecture, their own style that really makes it feel unique to Cantha.
Yeah.
And in doing so as well, some of the Tengu themselves.
Oh, look how cool they look!
Right? They're not going to be the same looking Tengu as you'll see.
What
in the rest of
is
Tyria. Like,
this?
this lovely, curious youngster here, right?
I love him.
Oh, that's so cool.
Does this look like the face of mercy to you?
Oh, this does look like the face of mercy to me. I love him.
He's my favorite.
I love his little
Oh, they must be playable, guys. It must be playable.
He's my favorite.
Do you? Yeah, I was like, I am shameless about this.
Oh, yes.
So, Mori Village in Guild Wars 2 in Echovald Wilds is one of our renown hearts for the map. And in this one, something you're doing as you're exploring the area is trying to earn the trust of the Kestrels and the Tengu that are here. Because they know you're an outsider. Why are you here? Like, why are you doing?
This feels a bit like Heart of Thorns, honestly. It feels like Auric Basin.
They're gonna just wreck your day. And at the same time, they're interested in you, right?
When you're among
they
like
don't
the
see you
Itzel and stuff.
innately as a threat, but they're suspicious. So you do what you can to really establish yourself and say, hey, I am not a threat to you, right? Like, we're here for a specific purpose. And you're able to discover kind of some of the history there and learn about the Tengu, learn about what's happening in Mori Village. All kinds
I
of
love
fun
the new
stuff like
waypoints.
that,
They're
as
so
you
cool.
explore the
They
area.
should have changed the
Here's, like,
waypoint
wonderful
icon on the UI.
new Tengu look that we've got.
They all look so good.
Yeah, they really do.
Oh, there's 6 on the map. Nice.
Should
Look
we
how cool
start
they look.
heading north?
Yeah, let's see what else is here.
See some more.
The new Jade
So
waypoint should look
Morgan and I could
Jade on
just
the
yell about
UI.
The fluffy Tengu
Yes.
some more.
just park in front of the fluffy Tengu for an hour.
Tengu. Yeah, so I'm gonna hop on
Sorry.
my awesome
everyone.
Canthan wrapped in here.
Well, the question mark's probably a part of the heart.
What else we have?
Probably a part of the renown heart.
Yeah.
So where are we heading now?
They've
We're
disabled the
heading to a
objectives on the
little
top
bit more
right
of
as
the
well,
wild
you'll
part of
notice.
The Echovald Wilds, and we'll start immediately coming across some angry folks.
Ow.
Yeah.
Yep. Here we have one of our gang
There's a
members.
Kieran.
Our two
Speakers.
primary antagonistic factions here in Echovald are two gangs known as the Speakers and the Jade Brotherhood. And
Oh,
they are
shit,
both
the Jade
opposed
Brotherhood here.
ideologically to each other and also vying for control of the same resources or the same territory. And unfortunately causing a lot of problems for the villagers of Echovald.
Does that mean the
for
Amphara
money,
in the
for
Jade Sea?
food, for resources, and also villagers are constantly getting caught in the crossfires of their gang warfare and are
You love
collateral
seeing the
damage. And so
foliage
player's
interact.
gonna be
That's old,
helping
that's
the
old.
locals with these gang threats, sort of undermining the schemes of these gangs and also protecting the locals from them.
For
I wonder if
sure.
we're looking
And
at new catalyst balance here as well.
As Morgan was saying, right? Like, there's a lot of these gangs to deal with in this area, but there's also a lot of wildlife too, right? You got to remember that this is called Echovald Wilds. There's a lot of different things to expect in this map compared to a map like Xingjie, which you might have seen a couple weeks ago, right? A lot of wildlife like the Kirin. These ones are not very happy with me right now, so I'm going to kind of keep my distance. But the gangs in particular, right? That's a recurring group of
What's
enemies.
that crazy
Both of
wall?
These two gangs. Here's some more speakers who are not very happy with me. They seem to like using these
Spirit of destruction.
amazing-looking spirits. Which
That's literally a writ spirit. That's a writ skill.
Why is everyone here angry with you?
Listen, the game's like I said. Yeah, I'm an outsider. I don't belong.
Trying to
here.
mess up all their schemes.
They want your
Check out the arch. It's a lot like the
Yeah,
Guild Wars 1 building.
That is something worth noting. As we continue further north here, is when you get to Echovald Wilds, you will have acquired, if you haven't yet, your mount, your Raptor and your Springer mounts. And so Echovald Wilds is really a good map to
I wonder
to
if
take
you get
advantage
both of
some
them in
that.
Cantha, in
I've mentioned
Xingjie
it
then.
before, but the verticality of this map, it really brings to life how tall and how grand this forest
Oh,
is.
cool, the mushrooms are here.
And in doing so, you're
Melandri's
able to
Hope
explore
as a
and learn-
region.
Find some really cool discoverable things. Most of which we're not going to be showing.
I wonder if
for
the
obvious
lake's
reasons.
there.
Very spoilery. But you'll also come across villages scattered around the way. This is one that again development environment. We don't want to spoil a bunch of stuff, so we did hide a lot of stuff. But there's so much content in this map to discover. But in this one, each of these villages have their own sense of history.
I love these
and
buildings.
Some of the stuff that you will come across as you visit them and learn more about the people.
Yeah, because we don't just have tengu out here. The Echovald Wilds the Echovald Forest in general, was historically the home of the Kurzicks. We have Kurzicks descendants here. We have Luxon descendants here. The Kurzicks do not own Echovald anymore.
There's that cherry blossom tree from the trailer, by the way.
And it hasn't returned to their ownership. But many of them feel a kinship to it as their historical home. But others, everybody's here just kind of for their own reasons. I joke sometimes that it's our Alaska, and that anybody who doesn't feel like they fit in with mainstream society for whatever reason, maybe they distrust the expansion of Jade tech. As you run around this map, you might notice there is not actually a lot of Jade tech here. And
She says as they're using it in front of her.
And so that's one of the many reasons. Other people just kind of march to the beat of their own
Suspicious
drum.
of Jade
I was telling
tech.
these guys the other day about one of my favorite little stories, which is this guy who moved out to Echovald because he really loves snakes, and you are not allowed to own snakes as pets in Kaining. And so he's
that's
out here
cool.
because if he didn't live out here, he'd have to release his 5 beautiful sons. He's not willing to do that. And so the map's just full of all these things. There's people out here because of history, because of opinions, because of their own quirks, and there's just so many people to meet and get to know.
Use the glyph in Earth, bro. Go to Earth and use the glyph. It'll save you.
I want to keep chickens.
Come on, man, it's a blind field.
Oh, yes. And I mean, I will never
Come on, watch my new player
where the
guides.
inspiration for this man came from, but fresh eggs are an amazing thing.
They're extremely good. So we did mention that we have hidden a lot of things. Kirk sure did make a choice here to unhide part of it.
I sure did.
You doing okay down there?
Yeah, well, thank goodness for dev commands. Anyway, so this is one of the events that you'll come across in the Echovald Wilds. As was mentioned before, these gangs, right, they mean business. They don't like you, but they also do not like each other. So, their goal here is to wrestle as much control of the Echovald Wilds as they can, and the map is pretty much kind of centered around that conflict, right, and how the region is dealing with it. And so in this case, we got an area that a lovely portal over there that goes to a map to be determined.
Whoa, okay.
It's under attack, right? Both of these two gangs are
To
here
be
trying
determined.
To
I
take
can see
control
they
of
got the
it.
red
And so
cross
we've
on it
got,
as well. That's weird.
them fighting each other. We've got some friendly Ministry of Security folks here, and then here's me with my dev cheats, not dying and getting wrecked by these guys.
I just thought you were hanging on to that last HP.
It's a very unique skill to be able to sit at just 1 HP.
Oh, imagine if they
can.
did one of these on an elite
Absolutely.
spec that we hadn't
Special
seen
move.
yet. We've seen all 9 now, so it's not possible. But imagine if they just imagine if it's Xingjie they were running around on a mech.
Can we take a peek at the Jade statues because they are gorgeous?
Let's do that. I'm going to go invisible for a little bit so they don't, continue to try to take my lunch.
Yeah.
But
and they have object permanence issues, so you are fine. But the map, all of the set pieces are so beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah, they really are. The art team for End of Dragons has done such an amazing job of creating just beautiful.
Are these all the new
environments
enemies in
and,
the
you know,
expac,
props
basically?
to go in them and fill them all out, right? Something that constantly blows me away every time I look at it is comparing
They're the
Echovald
Phoenixes,
Wilds
right?
to a map like Xingje that we saw a couple weeks ago, right? These are two completely different biomes.
Yeah.
They look nothing like each other, and that is something that we want to do. It was important to us when we approached Cantha.
Yeah, he
because
didn't
they're
show
very
the
different
last
regions,
statue.
right?
I'm
That's
wondering
something
what
that's
that
really cool
was,
about
yeah.
Cantha, is it has so many different looking areas to it, but it presents a really interesting and unique
These
challenge,
better be Guildhall
for the
decorations.
entire
That's a
team,
good
art
idea.
design and everybody, so we want to make these areas look different, feel different. And I'm really, really excited.
Wonder
to
why they would
really,
hide a
be
map
able to
when
share
they have
this
4
with
of them
folks,
announced.
when they're able to explore it themselves.
Gosh, I can't believe
Yeah.
I don't know if they're
Even-
hinting at
even
something bigger
within
there.
this map, there are different looking areas. There's an area. Is it further north?
It is. So I'm gonna, continue on here. I'm
Take
gonna
your
turn off
invisible
my.
self onward.
Yeah, I'm gonna go not be invisible at that point. You two have fun. We're gonna keep going here.
You guys fight each other. They're just very angry.
Yeah, they looked really
Stop fighting
elaborate.
each
I
other,
don't know what
maybe
they
they'd
were.
actually succeed in fighting us, but they don't.
Basin.
So here we are at the Kinkaichi Basin sector. Again, this, something worth mentioning is we've purposefully hidden quite a bit of content that takes place.
So
in these
I'm
maps,
guessing there's lots
to
of
prevent
meta events in this
spoilers.
area?
So one thing about Kinkaichi Basin and Mount Kinkaichi, or if anyone is familiar with it, it's something from Guild Wars 1. It's a region of Cantha that's right to the west, or I guess it's east. I'm good at directions. East-ish.
Yeah, it's
of the
alright, man.
Echovald
I mess that up all the
Forest.
time
It's a
too.
beautiful
Don't worry.
mountain range that borders the entire forest, and we wanted to have a little bit of that inside of Echovald Wilds. So another one of those villages, like Morgan was talking about, was Kinkai Village here.
This is
so
nice.
This is
I
a
like
beautiful
this.
location that Morgan, you want to talk about a little bit?
Oh, sure. Yeah, so this is a fishing village, and I think one of the things that's interesting to note about Kinkai is that both Tengu and human are here, living side by side. All the peoples of Echovald, even though they come from a lot of different backgrounds, they've put those differences aside, those historical differences. They have much bigger problems than each other. Everybody's just kind of trying to live their life. So you're going to find Tengu living together with Luxons and Kurzicks, and there's going to be some people, that still have some of those.
What is that machine? That's like an
On an
ATM.
individual basis, they aren't. As groups, they're not
An
ancient
ATM machine
relationships anymore. They're generally all getting along because they have bigger problems. They have these gangs that are stealing all their lunch money.
Okay, so the Jade Brotherhood is. What is that?
They're very
What was
into
that
the lunch
swirly
money,
thing?
I assure you. Yeah, it's really exciting to be able to explore the history of the area, and kind of what happened to the Kurzicks and Luxons once the Ministry of Purity came in and took their lunch money. There's a lot of lunch money taking.
Yeah.
So to speak.
We're gonna need
Oh,
some kind of
more
content
Jade
about
tech.
the
What's
lunch
up there?
money.
Can you tell it's almost lunchtime?
Yeah, I think we're all hungry.
Everybody's hungry. Move on.
Wait, look at the Jade!
One of quite a few little outposts that you'll discover as you move around Echovald Wilds. We're going to take a detour around these very ominous-looking enemies.
No!
We're going to head to Aspenwood Gulch. Which, when we
So
were...
many familiar names.
It is a familiar name, yeah. This is another one that when we were kind of plotting out where...
Yeah, this very much lines up with Guild Wars 1 at the moment. You got to Fort Aspenwood through...
came up. And Fort Aspenwood was the location in Guild Wars 1 that, it was a Kurzik...
The Melandri's Hope, which I showed on the tour a minute ago.
If you will, environment. Whereas if you were a Kurzik, you were defending an area from Luxon attackers and their siege turtle armada. And if you were not, if you were a Luxon, you are the one escorting those siege turtles in order to, do bad things and destroy all of the Kurzik architecture.
What was that behind that tree as well? There was something behind the tree.
I'm going to go ahead and go invisible again because these are very ominous-looking creatures here.
They look like Scarlet shit. It's Aetherblades stuff.
Yeah.
So
they look like Watchwork, they're
most
Scarlet
people in Echovald
stuff.
Wilds do
What
not
is this? The
love Jade
Aetherblades
tech.
are busy.
However,
They've definitely
the
had their
Brotherhood
hand on
are
that.
an exception.
I think the Aetherblades steal the
But
tech
unlike
and
everybody
start
else,
summoning
the reason
these.
that they're out here with their Jade
Because
tech
we
is
know
because their
Aetherblades
Jade
are
tech
here
is a
based
little
on the
bit
trailer
more
as well.
controversial. Maybe they were in Kaining, but they blew up a building allegedly. It was never proven. But anyway, they just trying to get away from the Ministry of Security, and conduct their experiments.
What was that?
So they
Did you
set
like
up out here in
something? What was
Echovald
that? I missed it.
in one
Oh,
of
that
these
looks cool.
Big, beautiful. This is a big, beautiful lab. And what are they doing inside? Well, we're not going to tell you
Oh,
today,
hello.
but
It's probably fine.
It's probably fine. I'm sure they're just.
They said
Probably
Junalai
fine.
transporter,
Yeah.
redirected
They
Junalai
were just
transporter.
They have it heavily reinforced
Damn.
and defended. It's very fortified in this Jade Tech fortress for no reason. It's fine.
They're developing lunch money stealing tech.
Oh,
That is
money
exactly what they're
that's-
doing.
Yeah, technology to steal
You
lunch
heard it
money
here
more effectively.
first.
All right, so my Trin is a baddie. It's okay.
actually-
She might be a
one-
frenemy.
The stuff that takes you around this area and what you can find inside of these areas, if you can manage to get in across all these very, very threatening looking
Yeah,
enemy
definitely a
groups
meta
here.
event looking thing. Battery over there.
It's an incredible experience. It's one of my favorite in the map. Every time we play test it, you know, the group comes away just like, oh man, that was so cool. I love that the architecture is reminiscent of it was, you know, in Guild Wars 1. I still have flashbacks to either defending or attacking this area. I will not reveal my.
Maybe this is to do with the super weapon, the 4 Aspenwood super weapon.
Oh, man.
The Aetherblades are like, yo, we want that.
We don't talk
right?
about it.
They're actually going to do something. That's going to be a meta. We talked about that earlier, and I'm convinced.
I want to keep my lunch money. But you know, it's still very reminiscent. The paths are similar to what you would expect, but at the same time, they've been fortified and turned into the Cantha of New, right? The Jade Brotherhood have set up shop here, and they mean business.
All right.
And so once you get inside, there's a lot of surprises to find in there, and it's just really, really fun and exciting.
It looks great. I like it. I want to go in there.
So I think we're gonna head to the next location here. Yeah. Which, speaking of Brotherhood and the Jade Brotherhood, shall we?
Yeah, let's see some of them.
Head towards one of the things, another renowned.
I didn't see anything in the trailer that looked like
actually,
Jade Brotherhood.
Is you know, as Morgan was saying before about the gangs, they are set up shop here, right? And they don't like each other, they don't like you. But you, as the commander, you want to know more about them, right? What do they do? Why are they here?
They do this kind of lane pathway thing in the maps a lot now.
You're able to actually go into a recon mission of yourself and infiltrate the outpost.
It feels like Dragon's Stand, you know.
Headquarters. So we're going to take a look at that actually. But in doing so, we have to get a disguise first, because if we just, you know, barge in there, it's going to be bad times for us.
So is that symbol New Canthan for the Aetherblades or whatever?
Those are the Kestrels. They were founded in this effort to get people to Echovald, to get the Tengu someplace safe, and then to teach everybody to stay here, to evade the Ministry, to blend in. And then, so once the Ministry of Purity fell, the Kestrels technically didn't have a purpose anymore, but they decided to persist on, and they've become the peacekeeping force of Echovald. And they still remain very good at subterfuge, at stealth, and keeping their eyes open, and basically keeping a pulse on everything that happens in Echovald. And so one of the
what happens if you say neither one of those?
Illusion magic, and they offer the player a feminine appearance, a masculine appearance, or also a non-binary appearance, because the Kestrels are an inclusive organization.
That's right.
I love it.
Yeah.
We're gonna do this again, development environment. This hammer I have here is incredibly close to my heart.
Oh, this is a bit like the Renowned Heart
so
in
Caledon,
where you go with amongst the Nightmare Corps.
Where else is the best place to hide a weapon? If it's just hiding in plain sight, it's a clothing.
Concerns for your internal organs.
Yeah.
Not important. Who needs important, internal organs? This is our wonderful, our door guard here. Again, one of those very threatening-looking Jade guards, but they're, at least for now, on our side. Uh-oh. Someone saw through the disguise.
Uh-oh.
So we're gonna go in here. I'm gonna go invisible
Waste
real quickly,
disposal.
so I don't, get discovered
Repair
before I'm able
guide.
to show off some of this area to folks. But
it's this place.
Is one of the most beautiful regions in this map. And
here we are.
A lot, and I'm gonna, just make it very clear. Our map artist Justin has done an amazing job bringing this map to life and just showing, blending the old and new, and the old and the old and the new, if you will, because there's the trees, there's the big forest, but there's also these beautiful architectural elements, that have been built into them. And then on top of that, there's elements of these where, the Jade Brotherhood have come in here and set up shop inside of this old cathedral-looking building, right? And these are in areas that you might not have seen in Guild Wars 1, and so, it's fun to discover new things and see kind of what you can do in here, and why are the gangs in here, and what exactly is happening in here.
I want to know about that gold device on the floor.
There's a bunch of folks in here that have eyeballs over their head. They're watching my every movement. They're very suspicious about the fact that I have a hammer in my chest.
They're just trying to help you.
That's not normal. We have technology for that.
We do. They have technology for everything. They have Jade Tech ovens.
There's an oven.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, look at that. That's like a microwave.
On the outside, soft on the inside, bread.
It's delicious.
It's the promise of technology.
It's getting really close to lunchtime.
It's so,
But yeah, right, I'm not going to go
into
too much
okay,
detail
Brother
of what
Shen?
exactly
Brother
you can do here.
Jade?
There's tons of stuff to explore. It really takes advantage of the verticality, all of the movement mechanics that you were able to do. Take my mounts and kind of just climb up and explore and see what's going on.
The designer for this area had so much fun.
If it's an open world, why does he have achievement icons above the utilities? They can do that. That happens in the open world too.
For sure.
They're a scheming bunch.
We're gonna just kind of quickly.
It'll go away when he leaves the area
before we get too much attention. They didn't see a thing. But if we did get caught, we'd have to deal with our lovely...
face the wrath.
Yeah, face the wrath.
Actually, that's pretty cool. If they use that a lot in this expansion, that could be a good way of telegraphing.
Espionage. They are not welcoming to moss brains, tree squatters, or corporate hacks.
You were terrifyingly good at that.
Yeah, she is good at that.
She's a very firm, yet, you know...
but some kind of polite.
Polite. She's very polite, but don't get on her bad side.
Yeah.
So we're gonna speak with our Kestrel friend over here again to lose our disguise. All right.
All right, so let's take a quick pause. We're gonna meet one more of our dev guests. Stick around, we'll be right back. We have more of Echovald Wilds to show you.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh my God, is that new or have I seen that already? That's a really good piece, eh? Alright, so far no Oni. Oh, this is just the reel from Extra Life. It's just the reel from Extra Life. So far no Oni. I'm not feeling very confident. You like this more than Shinji so far? My immediate impression is, I mean, I know they warned us that it's empty. It feels very empty. What it feels to me like is it's like Dragon's Stand or something. Where, you know, you've got like these long pathways flanked on either side by foliage, and the pathway itself doesn't really have any content in it. It's just that there might be some kind of dynamic event later or meta where a lane gets pushed, so to speak, and during that period of time there's NPC dialogue and conversation and enemies to fight and stuff, but aside from that it's pretty much empty. And I don't know, somehow that doesn't feel as dense as I was hoping, or as sort of naturally free-form as explorative as I was hoping. I mean, it's just the Guild Wars maps are all very different now that mounts are in the game. You can move fast. So, you know, they kind of... square meter for square meter, things tend to be a lot less dense nowadays because of the mounts. And I think I just kind of get a lot of that vibe as they run through there. But, you know, with all the content disabled, it's just playing into this idea that it's empty. And the other thing is, as well, being empty isn't necessarily that bad when it comes to the Echovald. If it feels haunting and it feels echoey and so on. Oh, is this totally new music? Yeah, too much pathways. I mean, yeah, that kind of pathway effect. Very often I was looking at that and I was like, oh, this feels like...
We are going to continue our tour of Echovald Wilds. And I want to take a second and say thank you and welcome to Allie for joining us.
Hey guys, I'm Allie B. I'm a senior game designer here at ArenaNet.
She jumped in quick.
I'm responsible for a lot of the Echovald meta and various other events that you see here through Echovald Wilds.
All right, well, what do we got to see next?
So I think we are headed to the Kurzicks Cemetery, Kirk, right?
That's right, yeah.
And
lots of lore. I always love graveyards and cemeteries in Guild Wars. I always love it.
In GW1, you had all of these people that you knew, and kind of with the time that happened between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, what happened to these people? Well, some of them have passed on and now have their descendants in the area, and so now you can kind of come visit tombstones that may have some recognizable
I love the
names.
windows.
Yay.
Indeed. So yeah, one of the cool things about you know, this area, and Morgan was talking about
they
it
don't want us
earlier,
seeing the objectives on the top right.
The history.
They're pressing a hotkey,
so
which is bringing them up. Did you guys see that?
Discover there and what has happened between, you know, when you were there in Guild Wars 1.
You can freeze frame that and see their personal story and stuff.
When the player character left Cantha, right before the Ministry of Purity came and conquered the Kurzicks and the Luxons. What happened?
Copa Village is under attack. I was more interested in the personal story, to be honest. What did it say in green?
Stories through elements in the map, and is one of these, you know, being the cemetery here.
They press the keybind that brings the UI back. Oh, hello. Oh, it's Danica. Oh, this is good.
On grave sites. I think that says Countess, doesn't it?
It does say Countess. So
she
yeah,
leveled up.
Super level up.
It's very much so. Yeah. So this is, you know, it's a small little addition here that tells a bit of a story that was really exciting. You know, working out some of the details here. Countess Danica Zuhelzer. You know, Danica Zuhelzer was a popular character in Guild Wars 1 when you were in Cantha, and
this is the woman with the red and the black lip I talked about earlier.
Members of House Zuhelzer, right? And it turns out over the course of time, you know, when the player character left Cantha, she became Countess of House Zuhelzer, and so you might be able to learn more about that. I might be able to read her.
Are they not even going to do it?
And and learn
By the way,
more.
mouse 5 for
absolutely.
interact.
Well,
What a
and I
button.
think what's really important here too is we kind of wanted to write a love letter to those people who were familiar with Guild Wars 1, right? But then still, with
Oh, it was
people
level
who are
10
like
main
me, who
story
haven't
quest,
played
meet
Guild
Quinn
Wars
in
1,
Divinity's
I
Reach.
know,
Oh, okay.
I know I can hear the chat from here.
No, you're fine.
No, I can hear it. I can hear it. What do you mean? Go play that game. So we wanted to make sure that people who hadn't necessarily
Quinn Trin,
been
I see,
someone
I see.
who played a lot of Guild Wars 1 or knows a lot of the lore, that we have a lot
You
of kind
hate
of
the
winks and
windows. They're
nods
too
that you can look
contrasted
at and go,
against the
"Oh,
grey
hey, I wonder
building."
who that is. I wonder who
Oh,
they
I think
were
they make it
before,
the
and we
area
can use
pop
our
a bit.
wiki
I mean, I don't have
or,
the greatest
go play
eye for
Guild Wars
aesthetic,
1
but I quite
and
like it.
kind of enjoy
I don't know.
where those names and those people came from.
I think
But one of
the
big
environment's better
pieces
for having them
about
there than
House of
not, right?
Helzer and Echovald Wilds is we really wanted to make sure that when you were coming back to Cantha, it felt like you were coming back to Cantha and not just some completely new area. But I think
Yeah, they
there's
always
also
do
a lot to be
graveyards
said,
well.
too,
If all
in
of these
that
end up
regard.
interactable, or a
Absolutely,
chunk
right,
of
yeah.
them.
Just as a quick reminder again, this is a good place to remind folks that we are hiding a lot of content in the map just because there's so many spoilers that could be found in here.
Yeah. How much are you two, like, as we're running around?
I
how
find
much
it
are you
interesting
two,
to
like,
come back here after the
seeing
expansion's
things
out
that
and see
aren't
exactly
being
what they're
shown right
talking
now?
about.
So
What are they
exciting.
hiding?
Oh yeah.
Like, that's not there.
Giggling.
They look like they're
internally a
interactive?
lot, Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of steeple fingers.
Yes,
A lot of
very
steeple
much
fingers.
so.
Yes, good.
Yeah.
But the other thing we have too is we have various people who are around this area, right? Like this is the cranky caretaker who's kind of grumpy about having to deal with the gangs and us and everything else.
Yeah, the cranky caretaker who just, he's just kind of sitting here by a fire. He's not very happy about his job. He doesn't even have any kind of, tent or anything. It's just like, poor guy. He has to deal with all this gang warfare going around, messing up his cemetery. It's all the stuff that's happening.
Gang warfare. They're talking a lot about the
Have to
gangs.
deal with all these dang tourists that keep coming through.
So Aetherblades v Brotherhood.
That's an awesome segue.
Thank you, Allie.
Nice job. So another part of this area that we really are really excited to show you, and I mean really, is that House du Helzer is in effect. We're almost there,
Explorable.
right? Is explorable.
Yes, yeah. If you're familiar with Guild Wars 1, if
Okay,
not,
here we
I encourage
are.
you to go play it. This is something from Guild Wars 1 that's dear to my heart. Well, that might have just revealed what side I'm on, I guess. But, it is what it is at this point.
Oh, they put a waypoint there as well.
House of Helzer, it was the capital of the Kurzicks, essentially, in Guild Wars 1. The Zuhelzers
I hope
in
there's a moment where they
general
stop to
were,
fish.
the big
I would love to see them
prominent
doing some
member,
fishing.
of
That we started
all
on a
of the
skiff.
Kurzik houses. And you're able to return to this area and see what has happened, right? In Guild Wars,
Same
in
waypoint as Guild Wars 1, right? Well, in Guild Wars 1, you just sort of pour into the
it's been
town
turned
at
into a bit
multiple
of an
places. It's
archaeological
not
site.
quite the same.
And it's kind of a tourist attraction.
There's
now,
multiple
too, isn't
spawn
it?
It
spots.
sure is, yeah. So one of the fun things about House du Helzer and the Echovald Wilds in general is people.
Yeah,
not
this
just
looks
Tyrians,
exactly like
the,
it.
The commanders here and any Tyrians that came with them. The people who live in Cantha outside of this region are aware of what's happening here, right? They know it's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. And so a lot of times it becomes kind of a visiting tourist attraction where you're like, oh, I can go to House du Helzer ruins and go see some of these like museum-like ancient artifacts and kind of have a tour. And then maybe we'll get a glimpse of the gangs kind of fighting each other. And that's really, really exciting as a tourist.
That's right,
and really dangerous.
And they're here for it though. Like they want their lunch
The
money
Ultram mines are under attack.
It's
This is
exciting for them
definitely
to
a
have
big
their
meta
lunch money
map,
taken.
right?
I mean,
Wow.
Your lunch money.
Some people really
They
like
weren't kidding when they said they're
Echovald
going to do
play.
Hearthstone style metas. They weren't kidding.
Jeez.
Yeah. So one thing I want to know that we've talked about the cool Jade tech waypoint in here. This is one of the small additions that the writing team did that I'm really happy about. Everything that the Zuhelzers do is blank Zuhelzer. That's just their thing. So instead of having House Zuhelzer waypoint, we went with waypoint Zuhelzer.
I love that so much.
That's quite cool. Yeah, that's a nice detail. I wouldn't have caught that.
That's right. And same.
And it's those things, right, that we talk about. That's that kind of a love letter to our.
We still haven't
previous
seen the
games.
big Amber guy, the big
think
Juggernaut
that's so
/ warden
important for our
guy. We haven't seen any wardens or heard
Absolutely.
anything
And
about any of that.
really, is echoed in the fact that the characters that, like we mentioned before, who live here, they are of Kurzik and Luxan descent, right?
Yeah, so you end up with characters who visually will represent that kind of heritage, which you see here. Is that one of the tourist or Tor people.
Yeah, this is the historical society steward.
Yeah.
She's of Kurzik heritage, and the people who live here. Yes, everyone is aware of what happened to those two, groups of people earlier, centuries ago in Guild Wars' universe. But they still recognize their heritage and they celebrate it, and that's something that was really important to us when we were approaching building out this area. Just for the world building aspects of it, but also for just being able to tell cool, unique stories and showcase those cultures,
Well, and to our fans too, it will feel familiar rather than feeling completely different, which is super important.
Yeah,
one of the things here that
thanks for Source. Thank you for the sub. What's this getting a 6-month badge when you wanted an 18th? I'm working on the badges a little bit at the moment.
House to Heltzer Historical Society, I guess would be the correct word, are looking for. And those can be found in various pieces of rubble where you're looking for keys. And sometimes those keys also lead to some nefarious creatures.
So here we have undead. A little bit of a suggestion, maybe the envoys are gone.
The different barriers that we have in this game or in this area.
What are these?
And so you would go in and use the key to get through the barrier, because otherwise it's a no good, very bad time, right?
Yeah, it's you'll have a bad time if you.
Oh, you play these little mini games. I quite like these little mini games.
Wards, and that's the Kurzik relics that are left over in this area. There's a lot to discover here. Not just in context of this particular event, but just what you can find and what that might lead to. This particular event might lead to something that's really cool. I mean, it's really cool now. The entire experience is really fun. One of our designers, Chloe, did an awesome job building out this area.
Absolutely.
And just being able to tell some history here that's both old and new, right? There's some stuff for new folks. There's some stuff for old people who played it in the past, but it doesn't feel foreign either way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I think you're not the only one looking for those artifacts either.
I love how all the stone here feels really, really detailed.
We're also looking for ways to get those artifacts, and apparently your lunch money.
So we're just gonna sneak out of there before get too dangerous here.
So one of the great things about Guild Wars 2 now, as well, is in comparison to Guild Wars 1, you weren't able to really explore up. And here, with our verticality, you can look at things like flying buttresses, any of the Gothic architecture. Like, you can essentially explore the top of House to Heltzer.
Yeah, this is cool.
That's one of those little things that when
what's that glowing in the background
out this map and kind of exploring it, it really hit us. Is like, whoa. This is kind of a new.
Oh yeah, there's another achievement icon.
Literally, because we're up so high, because you couldn't do that in Guild Wars 1, right? You could do slash jump, but that's not the same as a bunny hop, and being able to really explore the full 3D environment of the area.
Yeah.
And again, this is something that our map artist Justin has just really done an incredible job building out. It feels like it's always been this way in the sense that you're able to explore and climb up those vines and get up really high up into those treetops, and there's tons of verticality in this map that you can, just go crazy with and try to find new things hidden all over.
Yeah, I was going to say, and we knew that was coming in, so there are probably plenty of things to be explored and discovered up in that upper canopy.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a nice thing of fireflies over there. Did you guys see that?
Scaffolding here. What does it lead to? It is a mystery.
Spoiler.
Oh yeah, look, we're going towards
Spoiler klaxon sound. So,
is that actually a spoiler at the top?
Ali, you mentioned when we were first welcoming you back on here, was that you helped work on the Echovald meta.
I did. Yeah, we can absolutely talk a little bit about the meta. So one of the things that we really wanted to make sure in Echovald is that you get the feeling that these villagers, man, those two gangs are beating them up all of the time. They're extorting them, they're taking supplies, so they're just kind of living the best they can. And while the Speakers and the Jade Brotherhood are fighting each other, there is essentially a fuse that is lit to spark an all-out war between them. That's kind of the core of what our meta is. And during that time, the Kestrels, like Morgan mentioned earlier, are looking at this opportunity going, all right, the gangs are already hitting each other with as much desperation as they can. Why don't we go in and why don't we essentially destabilize both of them while they're busy with one another? And so the entire core of the meta is actually doing that. So you will visit various villages and you'll be sent on tasks with different members of the Kestrels in order to do so. And one of those tasks happens to be in the Ultram mines. Again, probably a familiar name to you guys. And the mines are still around, although the amber inside is not as prevalent or not as valuable, I should say, to the people of Cantha as it once was in comparison.
I like seeing the mines, the nodes. These look good.
Yeah, they definitely decided to take up Jade to their empire, so to speak, right?
Yeah, and that's reflected too in all of the statues we have and a lot of the other maps as well.
We get a little flash of it again there.
So, as Morgan was saying before, so these villages that are scattered all
so
around
is the idea that the Jade and Ampha are also in a
regions
fight
that have
against
unique
the
histories to each of them, right? Some folks
the
are,
Aetherblades on the other side, on the Jade Sea?
Villages, excuse me, are more Luxon-sided, some are more Kurzicks-sided. I'm going to go invisible.
Oh, no. Yeah, it was like they saw you.
Leave me alone,
these guys
speakers. But at the same time, right, something that was really cool to see, build up when you were working on this alley was seeing the entire thing really feel like a big war zone, right?
Yeah,
These
absolutely.
gangs are at each other's throats.
Yeah,
right?
well, and the desperation kind of disseminates into chaos. So here we have you work with a kestrel named Stas, who's actually human. One of the things that's really important and something we really wanted to touch on is not only are the kestrels inclusive, which we try to do for all of our game, but they also aren't just tengu, right? They involve
Do you think the conflicts in the forest and the Jade Sea is seen as a peaceful area for the Jade Tech?
Work with a whole bunch of different people.
Yeah,
who
that
have
could be
decided to
a way
become
that they
kind
go
of
with
the
it.
protectors and peacekeepers of
I'm trying to
Echovald.
imagine parity
And so
when I don't have to.
This particular event, you are helping Stas kind of bust up the speaker supply line, as it were. So you are gathering their bomb supplies that they have stashed in this village to try and kind of circumvent what they've been trying to do.
Yeah, something that I'm really happy with these villages too is when this is all happening, and again, a lot of stuff has been hidden here because it is a very spoiler town. That's something.
Wow, they really want to drive that home. Yeah, okay.
A little bit later in the story. And so some things will be different, right?
Yeah.
And so the world reacts to what has happened.
Absolutely. Well, and you get more of a feeling of desperation the longer the meta goes on. So once you've kind of finished up with all of those villages and their different things that you need to do, you kind of have this climactic moment that we won't be telling you about that you have to come explore yourself here in Echovald. But please rest assuredly that dev team and I worked real hard to make sure that feels really good.
Yeah,
cool.
And seeing the writing come together for these two, like Morgan has done an incredible job on working
absolutely
the characteristics of all these villages, right? The villages who live here, call this particular area home. They react to things happening. They understand that they have their own sense of personality, but they're also in the middle of an area adequately named the Echovald Wilds. And it is a very dangerous area.
Yeah.
So they're not completely
it's that moment,
disconnected.
Too, of like, I'm living here with my family and this is going on. What can I do? And we kind of have the kestrels there as the we're here to help. And some of the villagers aren't really sure how that works. Like, are you actually here to help me? Am I going to have to pay you now? Like that kind of interaction that you'll definitely see.
Yeah. So, this is definitely, it is a meta event, so when I go in Viz here, I'm not going to have just one person trying to take my lunch. It's going to be...
No, it'll be all of them.
I'm going to be...
They are definitely programmed to take all of your lunch.
I am concerned for you now.
Yeah, I am too. But something that's really cool about this particular meta, since the entire theme of this map is kind of focused on the gang war and what's happening and how everyone is reacting to that, right? You might have seen across the screen, it would say, a so-and-so village is under attack. Right. That just is something that really doubles down and reinforces
absolutely.
the chaos.
Well, and I think too, it's really important because you're essentially getting this urgency.
They really need to chill with this lunch money shit.
And so you're looking at your different, your different squads and your different groups and going, how do I have to split up? Like, how do we as a group have to split up to make sure that we can protect all of these villages that are all falling under combat at the same time or falling under duress at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's a really interesting way to have the players pick and choose which villages they go to in order to save.
Yeah, it's really cool too because it makes the entire thing feel.
Oh, you're right. There is
right?
catalyst balance there. You're right. He's kept his catalyst juice. He's not gone back to half.
And so you're able to, if you're doing the entire thing, you are able to also explore the map and learn the map as you're doing it, and it'll take you to areas that look completely different from one another. As each of those areas have different kind of cultures and personalities and all that good stuff.
Well, and on top of that, there's also the what am I doing here during the meta, and that's certainly different depending on which gang has overtaken that village and which village it is.
Right. Yeah, for sure. And then it all concludes with an epic,
Epic all out.
Conclusion?
Conclusion.
Yeah, conclusion.
An epic
Spoiler
all-out
flash.
climax that you will see when you come play our game.
Indeed.
It looks a bit too bright to be the
awesome.
Echovald,
I'm
maybe
really
because it's not
excited. First time
petrified.
that we play it on live.
I've been thinking of that. The lights. Like I kind of wanted to see more like glimmering, like rays shooting down.
It's always fun every time, and especially towards everything's starting to come together. The art's in, audio's coming in. It's voices.
Or like you would have thought maybe the weather they keep it in perpetual gloom or something.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
It's really awesome to be a game developer.
That sums it up well, yeah.
Especially when you get to see that finished product, when it goes from being like something I've written on a page to actually a finished product in game. Where
So maybe there's like a post-processing visual layer that's not there. You know, like when you're in Grothmar.
My friends can go play.
Well, Grothmar counts, but like Drizzlewood or like Bjora. Bjora, they really play with the tone and the vibe and the atmosphere, right? Just through that.
Everything comes together and everyone starts, like Ali was saying, starts, feeling like it's a game. This is a fun experience that everyone has put a ton of time into.
Well, and it's a lot of heart and soul from the entire dev team too, which is always super important. We definitely take our work here super seriously and want to make sure that like everything is kind of something our players would enjoy.
Yeah, we are, and we're just excited.
Wow,
for you
this
guys to get
invisible
into your
invuln
hands.
is great for the new Ellie
excited
spec.
to bring it to you. So
yeah, they've buffed it,
that
guys.
is our show for today. That is
so, Kirk, where are you heading?
Oh, yeah.
We do
no.
But wait, there's more. I'm not going to go through the portal. In fact,
Kirk, I looked over and was just like, no.
Kirk, what is that giant building that we're definitely not going to talk about?
Well, look at the building then. Zoom out. Let me look at the building.
Blocked off. You can see there's concrete behind it. It's like bad things will happen if I go in there, maybe. And by bad things, I mean Ruby will come for my lunch. So, we're just not going to go inside the portal right now.
Did you have something happen to you where somebody took your lunch money, bro?
Or are you just hungry?
I'm just really hungry. It is what it is.
A guild hall or a hub of some kind? Yeah, I don't know. There's been a few of those little entrances, right?
I think that might happen eventually, right?
We should, yeah. That sounds like a really good idea.
There we
it's
go.
A really big entrance. It's really nice and grand.
There we go. Nice.
I know. It's part of my job.
I wonder what could be in there.
To tease, to be like, what is this? What's going to happen? Who knows?
Yeah, like House of Heltzer's right there. There's this...
You two behave yourselves.
Okay.
We can probably locate this on a map. That was cool, by the way. He showed some stuff real high up there. Did you guys see that at the end? The branches across the top?
I'm not sorry.
Honestly, do I look sorry at
No.
We know you guys are eager to see more.
So it used to be they do an elite spec teaser about now, but I wonder now.
To show you coming up, starting with next week, November
They have
19th,
nothing for it.
Friday, our Jade Sea map tour. We are going to take you into the Jade Sea a lot like this. We're going to hide a lot of things. Eventually, we're going to go
Playable
through that
tengu
portal.
in there. Christ, guys.
Kirk-
All right, there
Kirk
was
is
no
just
Oni.
like smirking
There
at
was
this
no
portal.
Oni.
Yes, good.
Eventually, we're going to go through that portal.
There you go. Win your
Make
potatoes,
sure
everyone.
You follow our channels so you don't miss any of the things that we have coming up. Next Friday's event is just the first of many. End of Dragons is launching in February of 2022. We are mid-November. Everybody, we're so
man,
close.
super home stretch.
You can pre-purchase right
Arena
now.
never said there wouldn't be
to get some
Largos,
cool
so
bonuses
Largos
for your
confirmed.
account that you can use in-game right now,
Somehow I doubt it.
including the Shing J Mosaic Cape, the Flame Serpent weapon chest.
It looks brighter, but
the
doesn't
Prodigy
work
of
in my
the
opinion.
Shing
It's
J
due
title,
60
along
years
with a
later.
lot
It
of
should
other
look familiar,
goodies.
but different.
So get that pre-purchase in. And speaking of pre-purchase, I have one more thing for you. If you haven't seen yet, we have partnered with DX Racer.
Oh, every time she says that, I have one more thing for you. I'm like, I'm on the edge of my seat. My balls are, I'm ready. And then it's DX Racer.
And I know like the whole chair is amazing.
And then there's this gross part of me that's like, oh, I kind of want it because it's Guild Wars
I'm so
merch.
excited for that to get to my house.
I know.
But am I on the edge of that seat?
Wow, that was good.
I got you.
It's like 500 quid. I can't afford
pre-purchase this
500
now.
quid
It is
on a
available for
DX Racer
pre-purchase
chair.
now until November 30th, until the end of this month, and it will come to you in
WP, what happened on your life that your balls are on your mind so
that was our
much?
show today.
I
Thank
just
you all for
like the
joining
phrase
us.
blue balls.
Don't
That's all
forget to
it
come
is.
back next week, and we will take you around the Jade Sea. Thanks, everybody.
See you later, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, there you go, guys. So that's what they've done there. Now, how do I turn this off, though? What if they randomly start making noise again in the background? How do I, like, turn it off? Because it was still playing audio before. Well, whatever. I think it's fine. All right, there you have it. Was a little bit boring? Yeah, I was a little bit underwhelmed, I have to say. I mean, it was. I don't like immediately ending it and saying it was boring, it was underwhelming. I quite enjoyed what we saw, but they obviously did disable a lot, didn't they? They definitely did close a lot of the thing down. Why can't I hear the game right now? What have I done? You guys can hear the game. Also, I'm dying. Oh, I just had it turned down very low. It looked a lot like Heart of Thorns maps. Yeah, I think that's what struck me more than anything else. It felt like Dragon's Stand or something. So let's get out of this this experience here. I'll show you guys what I meant by like the lane comment. And yeah, keep giving me your feedback. I'll read it all here. Oh, polar letter grade? Yeah, okay. All right, guys, I'm going to do a poll. How was it? Was it S, A, B, C, or D? All right, there's a poll up. Go, go, go. How was it? It's like here, you can already see straight away with the post-processing. I don't know. The other problem is they weren't zoomed in with the camera, right? They were zoomed out like this, so that immediately makes it feel a little bit more. But like, for example, so... wait, what am I doing here? Yeah, this is fine. Like, it felt to me like I was walking down these narrow lanes like this a lot. See, I feel like they had post-processing off. I feel like this is quite dark, quite good looking. If I go there, you see, the whole vibe of the map changes quite a lot. Do you see what I mean? Like, Echovald might have had a similar thing going on there. You see, because they really do grade the screen quite substantively. But post-processing is what accomplishes most of this. And if we go to Bura as well, I think Bura is a really good example here too. My earlier comment was about the guy with the Jade Tech prosthetic arm. I just got lost in the sea of comments. I meant to clarify that. If this comment isn't seen this time, then it is what it is. No, okay, I understand what you mean. Well, I don't know. Maybe he's just sort of a representation of an idea. He might not be an explicit character. But again, here, post-processing, when we turn it off, it really does change the colors a lot. So I don't know, it kind of felt like that layer of development hasn't been done, maybe. And it's especially impactful in this map at night, and when you go in the forests and stuff. You gotta look how dark it is around Liss and so on right now. You don't want daily hearts to make a comeback, please? No, sounds like they will. The hearts are brilliant in POF, and you don't have to do them daily. You turned off post-processing years ago to fight Liadri and you never turned it back on. Well, you're missing out. You are missing out because they do pretty dramatic stuff, especially in the new maps. I mean, there it's almost just like more contrast coming in, but still. So yeah, anyway, my letter grade for that. Weirdly enough, I actually think I prefer Xingji from it. So let's say Xingji looked like a B map to me. I'd say Echovald then is like a low B or even a C map. That's my sort of thing. Let's see what the results of the poll were because I missed it. View results. Most people saying B. So you guys rating actually according to my Xingji S. I mean, if I say that Xingji was A, then I'd be the same. You can see why they waited until a month to release to show Heart of Thorns and POF maps. I mean, I don't think it was actively bad or anything. Is anyone sitting there, like, really disgruntled by it? You really don't mind 4 maps, especially since they're going to be put back into the traditional season releases after. Your price processing off too, because it gets too bright in some areas. Yeah, it's really inconsistent. If you use a shader suite with all of it, it can become really hazardous and tricky to get a good balance across lots of maps. So I tend to just go with ArenaNet's vision at this point. Because I think this looks good. I think this is dark. It perfectly plays the idea of what that forest is supposed to feel like. Not gonna lie, you can't wait to get lost in there. I feel like all they're hinting about spoilers when they're completely untethered just doesn't land anywhere. Like saying, oh, look at the big scary door. I mean, if I have absolutely no context, there's not really much I can latch onto there, right? I think they I don't know about you guys, but for me, I wasn't like, oh my god, what's behind the door? I mean, if I'd been given a little something, if I saw like a ghost disappear and travel into it, if I saw something more reminiscent or whatever, fine. But I think for me at the moment, it's a bit hard to get super keen about it. And then that was happening quite a lot, you know. Like, they've disabled so much and they've culled so much away. It's like you can sort of just be left twisting in the wind to a certain degree, as far as like hype's concerned. You'd love to have a guild hall there. How about you? Yeah, I think that'd be nice, but I think guild halls themselves need a lot of work before I'm super keen on them as a feature. A door to the Tengu playable race? No, there's not Tengu. For God's sake! I'm hopeful for End of Dragons with the limited time remaining until launch, since there's no new content coming right now. They're not doing Living World and expansion content. The whole studio is on 100% expect stuff. Yeah, me too. I'm hopeful for those reasons too. They denied it. That means it's real. I love that they denied it, unironically. You're biased for liking it. You have no nostalgia for Cantha, but you love me a nice forest map and you love Gothic architecture. I mean, they had the big trees. They didn't really have the, you know, the buildings in trees thing, did they? Did we see any of that? Did we see buildings in trees anywhere? I don't really remember seeing it. Maybe I just missed it. I mean, it's harder, though. It's harder in Guild Wars when you're allowed to get on a mount and climb on all the windows and stuff. You really hope the End of Dragon Strike missions have some giant boss fights. I want something in Final Fantasy style, like the end of demos. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what they said, right? I mean, I kind of view all those little rooms as maybe like strike rooms, you know? Just like how in Bura, you know, when you get to the bottom of Jakar here, there's a portal. And that's because there's a strike room down there. So maybe there's kind of a similar thing going on here. You like the Mount Kinkai village? I assume that was the village from the concept art a while back. Yeah, I think that looked really nice too. Sorry, nothing would explain the huge gap in spec. Where's that message that's being responded to there? You imagine listening to the music and the sounds of NPCs trying to figure out stories there. It'll be your first time in there, but hearing so much about it as you never played Guild Wars on. Did you watch my little tour of it earlier? God, I'll tell you what, these maps feel real good. Is this coming across on stream? But I somehow, like, I'm really into Pure at the moment. I'm usually not too into the freezy, frosty stuff, but wow. WP, what else do you think End of Dragons will offer other than fishing and new mounts? I think it. Well, I think it will offer new exploration, new story, new maps, new elite specs. I mean, and I think that if that's not enough for you, you're probably not a Guild Wars fan, and you need to just face the fact that you're not into the game. At this point, the game is what it is. You know, they're going to deliver story. They're going to deliver map exploration. If you're not happy with the fundamental offering of new content, if that's not enough for you at this point, I would say you're probably not a Guild Wars fan. I think the truth is you probably do like that stuff, but you just want rewards. You want meaningful things to go for, and you always get lost in the game. And to that, I don't know whether the expansion's got any real good answer for you. It's the brutal truth. Yeah, and strikes for instance content, sorry, yeah. I also really want to see more content like Forging Steel. I love that mission. I think they could supplement Living World releases with some instant group missions. Yeah, I think you're right. Forging Steel was brilliant. I'd like to see they continue that kind of stuff. If the End of Dragon's story is of the quality of Forging Steel, I'll be fucking so happy. Forging Steel was amazing. I mean, if they really hit that bar, oh, that's so good, right? And I think a lot of what they did in POF as well, the library scene and all that, the death in the Domain of the Lost, that was all brilliant. There was a lot of really good stuff there. The whole final act in POF. There's a lot of really good stuff they've been doing in recent years when the content's come out. So if End of Dragons is full of that caliber storytelling and instances and so on, I mean, what's to complain about? How does it feel jumping back and forth from Guild Wars and FF14? Not like much, really. I think people seem to be under the misunderstanding that I've never played any other game since Guild Wars 2 comes out. Since Guild Wars 2 came out. But I have. It's just that now I'm streaming the other game that I'm playing. I think ask me that question again when I've beaten the Final Fantasy story. When I beat Shadowbringers and I've beaten Endwalker, when it's all done, and I'm kind of in the same... and obviously then when End of Dragons is done. Then it will be like, okay, so I'm kind of juggling 2 MMOs. I've finished all their main content. What do I do? That'll be an interesting moment then. Because I'm not in that position right now. So, yeah. You're just excited for a new OST? I think that's, you know, I'm excited for one too, but I'm excited for a lot more than that. That's a very minor part of an X-Pack to me. How did it feel to betray Guild Wars 2 and forsake Guild Wars 2 forever and jump on the obvious hype train? I was on the hype train before, dick fucking other people. Rah! Finish FF14 when Endwalker is out in less than a month. Well, yeah, I mean, I'll just do 2 expansions. I've just done 2 expansions. I got 2 more, basically. You do worry for me once I finish Shadowbringers and I witness the ending. Yeah, so just so you guys know, that's my other big stream project. If you hit follow, you'll see me going live. I'm always talking about Guild Wars. Where we're moving to next in that project is when ArenaNet did the Icebrood Saga, Final Fantasy did a whole expansion called Shadowbringers. There's a whole extra expansion that game got. And apparently it's brilliant. And I'm just on the cusp of it now. You grew up with FF, but they peaked to X. I think I kind of agree with you in a lot of ways there, but 14's pretty good. Every time you swap, you will have quit the other. Currently, you quit 14. Will you go back to when you go to 14, you will have quit Guild Wars. Yeah, so any other thoughts, guys, on the stream? Holy shit, they can even go back through old content and turn them into strikes. Imagine what they could do with the Balthazar fight. What other old content could they convert? Are you just saying that for the sake of conversation? I actually have a whole video on that. Spitting Llama, I have a whole video on that. Recently made. Probably like 2 months ago. That's the whole point of the entire thing. This could be a strike, this could be a strike, this could be a strike. I list them all out. And it was a fun one too. They never said it was a warden or a juggernaut, but it looked warden sized. Yeah, they didn't say. They didn't show any of that. I wonder if all that's been culled out. What drawing tablet did I settle on? I got a Huion 16, I think it is. The 2021 edition. There's a Pro version, which is old. And there's a 2021 edition, which is actually better than the Pro one. And cheaper. So I got that. They were there. They just went moused over. Oh, really? Ah, you make me sad. There's nothing I want to do in Guild Wars PvE-wise. But like here. But I mean, strike portals are different type. They look different. When I enter a strike area, it's a different kind of portal. So... I don't know if it really counts, guys. I don't think they're strike areas. Do you want to redo the raffle from earlier, since the person who won didn't reply in chat? No, that's okay. If they didn't win, then that's fine. We'll just keep the gems and do it on another time. I'm actually going to go off now. That's it, guys. I am tired. I hope you enjoyed this show. I hope you enjoyed this stream. We've been going 4.5 hours here. So let me have a look here if there's anyone online that I want to host. Excuse me. I kind of want to dump people onto a Guild Wars 2 channel that has very few viewers. Wouldn't that be quite fun? Let's do that. That's what I used to do. So here, this person has a face cam. They say noob, gamer, and streamer. And, I mean, the problem that I used to have with this was that you'd go there and then they would end up having, you know, they wouldn't be speaking English or whatever. Here we go. This is Chill Guild Wars 2 times. Ooh, ooh. So, yeah, there you go, guys. Thanks very much for watching. And join the raid. I'll go see. This is a person who's trying to make it on Twitch. They've got no one watching them, really. So we'll just give them some viewers and we'll see what we've got. And they have ooh in their title, so that'll be quite funny. So yeah, try that out. Join on in on the raid, guys. Thank you very much for watching. It's been a blast. Congrats to the gem winners. Hit follow. I'll see you for the next stream tomorrow. Ta-ta now, guys. Bye-bye. Oh, I think I'm rushing it, aren't I? Don't I wait a little while? There we go. See you guys. Bye-bye.